Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Jared from LWG and I am back with another review. This time, as you'll see, we are going to be looking at some Age of Sigmar, and we're going to be checking out the new Disciples of Tzeentch Battle Tome. This thing is awesome, this thing is fantastic, but if you're into 40k and you've been watching 40k on our channel, don't be afraid. We're not like switching gears over to Age of Sigmar here, but I do want to make sure we spend some time on it because it is an awesome game. It is an excellent game, and this book is amazing. I currently am a Khorne Bloodbound player in Age of Sigmar. We've been playing it since it came out, going with the changes that came with Age of Sigmar from the beginning, being very open play, being very free form, kind of able to do whatever you want to do. And yeah, there was a lot of unbalance there. There was a lot of crazy things you could do, especially for the more competitive-minded players. But it was a gem. There was a lot of things that you could, if you had an open mind and you were able to do the narrative, if you were able to see Age of Sigmar that way as its new thing, as a new game, it was a great time. It was an awesome time. So we did that for a while, and then the General's Handbook came out, and we saw a huge change in Age of Sigmar with the General's Handbook, getting the points. The competitive scene is exploding. The competitive scene for Age of Sigmar is something that I wish 40k could emulate better, and I think a lot of that has to do with a lot of the hard work that Games Workshop has been putting into Age of Sigmar. So, but fear not, if you are into 40k and you are still one of those holdouts from fantasy from before that doesn't like the way Age of Sigmar plays, that's okay. That's fine. I think I understand that. It is a totally new game, and you did have the rug pulled out from underneath your feet a little bit, and the way GW handled things. I don't think I'm going to go as far to say I don't think they handled things well, because I think they handled things exceedingly well. I think it was done well. But I can see if you're that kind of person that just felt like the rug was pulled out from underneath you, that feels like your game was dead, because it kind of is. Yeah, I can understand that. So if this isn't for you, I apologize. We're going to have some more 40k reviews and stuff coming. But like I said, today we're going to start our foray into Age of Sigmar, and we're building up for some battle reports for that too. But yeah, give it a chance. Even if you haven't tried it yet, just give it a shot. It is a totally new game, and that's the one thing you have to understand. So today's going to be about the Disciples of Tzeentch, so I don't want to get too distracted and going into Age of Sigmar, but it is worth it. There's a depth of strategy, there's a depth of tactics there that you're not going to find in other games, and I appreciate it for that. It's not perfect, but it's got its high points. So yeah. But here we go. Jumping into Disciples of Tzeentch, you know how much of a fan I am of Tzeentch. If you've seen my Thousand Suns review, you know that's my Chaos God of choice. Khorne is my secondary choice, but Tzeentch has been my first love. I love the Thousand Suns, and that's how I got into wargaming to begin with. And now, getting into this Disciples of Tzeentch, I'm just so excited to see the excellent job they're doing. From a fluff standpoint, fleshing out what Tzeentch is like in the mortal realms, and from a rules standpoint, being able to be that agent of fate, that manipulator of destinies while you're playing. You just feel like that when you're using this book, and I can't thank GW enough for that. It's making you feel like the kind of you're playing the army, and it makes you feel like the kind of player that you want to be. So, yeah, if you enjoy the tricksy kind of things, magic, being able to have like an elite army that kind of can manipulate the course of the game, this is going to be the army for you. So let's just start off, and we'll go through the book here. So, some nice artwork. I don't know if you can see that with the focus. There you go. And here you can showcase some of the awesome, amazing new kits that are coming out with this book. They had the whole January thing going on where they had a 3-week release period. They released all these fantastic models. You can see the Kairic Acolytes down here. You can see the new Changeling model, which has gotten some hate, but I love that Changeling model. For me, that's a must-buy for me. There's some Zangors down here in the corner, and then the beautiful, the amazing Fateweaver model that's featured there. That's also a dual kit for the Lord of Change. Just love it. And they have the other, the Zangor Enlightened, the Zangor Shaman. Just bringing forward a whole new aesthetic, a whole new color palette, if you will, in Age of Sigmar is just great. So, I mean, if you like the colors, you don't have to go with the blues like they show here. You can do and Tzeentch is a god of change. He's a god of multicolors, and you can, if you're the kind of painter that wants to just go crazy and make that rainbow army or anything kind of off the wall, Tzeentch is going to be the aesthetic that you're looking for with that. So yeah. And then they go into a ton of backstory and fluff here in this book. I highly recommend the fluff. I don't want to ruin it for anybody. But they're going to go into a lot of backstory on what Tzeentch is. This here is a depiction of Tzeentch. If anybody could ever even understand what he looks like, it might be something along those lines. But yeah, I don't want to get into too much depth here because I don't want to, again, ruin the story for anybody or shape your idea of what Tzeentch can be, because it's such a multifaceted thing. You can come up with like your own ideas, but they give you a lot of good tips for how to go about making your army in there from a fluff standpoint. And here you see the I think it's the Lord Veritant from the Stormcast Eternals facing off against the Changeling there. Some excellent artwork in this book. Going into some more fluff about the Crystal Labyrinth, the Demons of Chaos. It's got some stories here. And here I did want to take a look at this. Just again, if you're looking at what kind of army you want to build, right here, if you're going to play a Tzeentch demon army, they have it broken down here into 9 different army hosts of Tzeentch, army demons of Tzeentch. And they have it all fleshed out. Like you've got the Legion of Fate, the Lords of Dominion, and it's got a little blurb there about kind of what their speciality is or what their goal is in the mortal realms. And I love that. I love that they have these 9 different ones. And in the back of the book, they have battalions for rules that are actually, they have the Eternal Conflagration and the Host Duplicitous. These two here are actually represented as battalions in the back part in the rules of the book. And they have all these out here. I don't know, maybe they're going to be releasing these in kind of like expansions later, or if you're interested in say, hey, I like this Lords of Dominion, I like the way they sound. I mean, there's no reason if you're playing open play that you can't come up with your own battalion to represent the Lords of Dominion the way you think that they should play. And that's one of the aspects I love about Sigmar. It's super customizable, and this book I think showcases just how customizable your army can be and how personalized you can make it while you're building it up. So there's something to consider, to look at those and say, hey, I want to be the Seekers of Infinite Wisdom or the Unbound Flux, and kind of just flesh that out on your own. They might not have the rules official for tournaments and stuff like that, but that's the beauty, again, I said, of Age of Sigmar, is the open play. Like I said, we had a lot of fun with that before we got into the more competitive points value thing, and this is an opportunity to flesh that out, and I don't think you can forget about that. Some cool art and some cool art about some of the artifacts of Tzeentch, the demonic artifacts. And down here, I love this part that they included. This is kind of the Tzeentch demonic language that you can see here, and you can come up with names for your characters or your demons through that, and then you know how to actually write the text. You could actually put that on the model itself, the actual demonic text, or maybe you have on the base, make it look like a summoning portal with the name of the demon here written in the runes of Tzeentch around the portal. It's an awesome touch, and I appreciate the effort Games Workshop has put into this book by doing that. Now we get into some of the Tzeentch Arcanites. The Tzeentch Arcanites are, instead of the demons, they are the mortal followers of Tzeentch in the mortal realms. So you got your humans, and your Zangors are actually mortals. I know the Zangors kind of look like demons, but they're actually beastmen that are mutated. So basically, you can think of them as mutated humans that mutated into beasts and then further mutated into Zangors. So it's a lot of mutation, which again it's a Tzeentch theme there. And then you see this awesome artwork of the Augride Thaumaturge just tearing that prosecutor apart there. It's just awesome. Great artwork and great story. Now here they get into kind of how the Arcanites function. as a force in the fluff, and they are very different than any of the chaos forces we've seen thus far. Up until this point, it's been mostly Khorne and Nurgle themed in the stories, and Khorne and Nurgle are kind of straightforward. Khorne, he's the most straightforward of all. It's just straight brutal carnage and killing. Your classic unhinged barbarian that just wants to sever your skull and put it on his trophy rack. While that is awesome, and I appreciate that brute force personally, because like I said, my other army is Khorne demons and Khorne bloodbound, which I am loving right now. There's something to be said about how Tzeentch functions differently than that. Can they be warriors? Yes. So you could do that kind of army, but they're behind the scenes. They're the subterfuge, the manipulation, the plots underneath the surface. It's kind of like if you ever watched Game of Thrones and you have the Sons of the Harpy. They really that whole aspect of that cult and that group in Game of Thrones really reminds me a lot of how the Tzeentch Arcanites actually function. Like, they're inside the societies of the mortal realms. They're in the cities. They're subverting the culture. They're putting themselves in positions so that there could be an uprising later. And the best part about it is, like, when they finally do rebel, they're the ones preaching freedom. They're going to be the ones bringing freedom from the chains of the oppressive Stormcast or the oppressors of the rulers of the city. And I love that aspect because it's the ultimate corruption, is making someone believe that the atrocities that they're going to be committing are for good. And I appreciate that as a Tzeentch lover. Then they go into more, again, some fluff behind the cults, some great stories. I recommend reading those, and kind of like the organization of how the cult is structured. And you can see here they have the leaders in the Arcanite Cabal. They have the different covens that run underneath them. They have the Gaunt Summoners as honored guests, and henchmen, Kurthlings and stuff. I guess I'll talk about that a little bit before we move on to the next section, but it's pretty cool. So pretty much every Arcanite Cabal in the shadows is Arcanite Cult, I should say, is under the shadows inside of the mortal realms, and it can be a vast organization, or it could be just starting up where you have one rogue wizard. And for me, I'm kind of envisioning maybe having some guy that works in the arcane college of a city that starts reading, some of the books that he shouldn't be reading, kind of seeing some hidden things here and there and connections to this, and in the forbidden lore, and it draws him deeper, and he wants more knowledge, and he's craving this. He wants to throw off all these rules and regulations that have been created by the arcane college and start saying, hey, maybe there's something else out there. And that's where Tzeentch is. He's waiting. He's just waiting for that and saying, there is more out there. I have so much to show you. And this guy just gets corrupted and turns into a subversive force inside of the college, maybe even leading to rebellion later. I love that idea, and how he can go out and find his lieutenants and his champions, and maybe even start training cults and covens of his own inside the city. It's just a super cool, it's a super cool fluff, and I think you can really show it on the tabletop, as we'll get to later when we look at the rules. If that's what you're going for, if you love that kind of fluff, you can create that, because you can say, okay, I'm going to take my Magister and I'm going to give him these abilities, X, Y, and Z, that make him have the rules on the tabletop that kind of reflect what I'm feeling about his story. Maybe he's like a great cult leader that starts up all these covens, and you can give him adding bravery to those covens on the battlefield. And I like that. And maybe you, along the way in his story, he meets some other heroes that join his cause, and you can add in a Kurthling to the thing. Or maybe a Gaunt Summoner, who, if you know any of the fluff behind the Gaunt Summoners, they are the sorcerers of great power. There's only 9 of them that exist, and they run silver towers. That's kind of where, if you would have heard about them, you probably heard about them there. But Archaon was given the names of the Gaunt Summoners, their true names, by Tzeentch, and Archaon kind of has control of them at this current moment. But that doesn't mean they can't be plotting to free themselves from Archaon, or maybe plotting to work with him, or this kind of thing. So the Gaunt Summoners kind of are they supersede these Magisters and stuff in power and rank, but they can come along and kind of be I don't know how to say, like an evil Gandalf kind of figure that comes along and guides the cult to evil instead of good. But yeah, it's a pretty cool idea there to have them in the army, and it's a great model, and I love their fluff too. Yeah. So now again, they have like they have with the demons, the different Arcanite cults that if you really wanted to flesh them out, you could. They have the cult of the transient form and the Pyrophane cult. They have rules for those battalions later in the book, and we'll get to. But these over here actually have some cool stuff too. That if you really wanted to flesh it out and make your army that, and have the different color scheme or seek something like that, great. Or you could make your own, like I was talking about earlier, with your own Magister, your own story, which I highly recommend. Age of Sigmar is, I would say, a bit superior when it comes to the ability to customize your force with your story and feel like you're really part of the army over even 40k. And 40k is pretty good at that. Don't get me wrong. The fluff is amazing, but there's just something about this level of freedom that allows you to do the things you want to do more so than 40k, and I really appreciate that. So yeah, and they have some idea color schemes for the different cults that they listed earlier. And I really do want to focus on some of these because these are some great ideas from Games Workshop. I mean, look at this guy here in the middle with his black armor. Ooh, if I can get it to focus. He if you can see the tattoos that he has on him or the design, I really like the tattoos idea for maybe differentiating squads, or maybe you're playing the game and your squad does something heroic. Maybe the squad of acolytes takes down like a mighty hero of the Stormcast. You could mark them with tattoos in some way, and these models really give to that because they have a lot of the the flesh tone on there. And same with the Zangor squads here, they have like the markings on them, and yeah, it's just a great creative way. Easy to paint too. Those slashes, hashes there over to differentiate the squads and help your army have a lot more character. So it's just something to consider there. Some more fluff rules. We'll just skip past that. And now we go on to the Servants of Change, and they're going to go in and they have some really great backstory on the different types of units. And they have like a blurb, and they talk about Kairos here because this is about the Lords of Change. But they do this for a whole bunch of units and get into a lot of depth. And like I said, I don't want to get into that now, but it's a great thing to look into when you have the time and you have this book, just to get like a feel for exactly what's going. Like everybody knows what a Zangor is. It's a Tzeentch beastman, but like, what's their story? Where do they live? How do they function? And they actually have like fleshing out some of the societal aspects of the mortal realms, which I will say is something that's been a criticism, and I think a rightly found one for a while now, simply because Sigmar is new. The universe has been reset. It's a new setting, and it's only been out for a little bit of time. There hasn't been a lot of time to really flesh out, hey, what is life like in these mortal realms now? Clearly people aren't going around just like building medieval city, like German-inspired Renaissance towns like they did in Warhammer Fantasy Battle. It's a different setting. And this part here it's a must read because it helps you understand that. Like the Zangors, they're different than the cultists. Obviously they can't be in the cities and working subversively. Look at them. Unless they have magic concealing what they look like, you're not gonna miss that guy running around the town. So they kind of live outside the town in the woods. They do raids. They're gonna raid the outlying settlements and villages. And maybe when the Arcanite calls for them, and maybe even as a distraction to help them take over the inside of the city. Or maybe the Arcanite cult infiltrates the guardhouse and kind of like throws open the gates at night, and the Zangor war herds are able to just breach the city because of that. That's classic Tzeentch right there. Misdirection and cunning and guile, and I love it. So yeah, make sure if you have this book, I highly recommend reading all these fluff stories about the backstory. You really get into your units. You really start to like them and think of them more than just, oh, it's just some dudes you painted to put on the table because you got a tournament you got to go to. Let's do this. No, like the leader of even your Kairic Acolyte unit could have a backstory, where he's coming from, what his guys have been through, how he recruit his little squad, and where are they from. Like, these are the kind of things that are really going to like make you fall in love with your army. Okay, more so than if they're effective on the field. And for lack of a better term, this is where the magic of wargaming is. This is where the magic it's like, what are you playing for? I mean, I'm a competitive player, you know, I like it, but I think to forget this aspect of it is to miss a large part of it. It's just like, oh, hey, I'm gonna, you know, I have a son. He's gonna, in a couple years he'll be old enough to maybe we'll start playing basketball or something. You know, what am I gonna do as a father with my son? Am I gonna sit there and be like, every time he goes to make a shot, I'm just gonna stuff him, just gonna knock the ball out of his hand and be like, suck it, like no, like that's not what you do. That breaks the immersion for him. That doesn't help him love what he's doing, love the game. It makes him hate the game and hate you, and you're a douchebag. Like, that's not what fathers are supposed to do. No, you let the kid win. You let him have fun. You let him believe, even though you could beat him at any point. That's not the point of the game. The game is supposed to be fun, supposed to have magic, and the magic is the interaction between you and your son, between you and your friends, between you and the game. And that's where you fall in love. That's what it's all about. So, excuse me, I kind of go on because of rambles sometimes. You have to bear with me. So, oh man, and this artwork is just fantastic. I love what Games Workshop is doing with they've been doing this for a little while now, but I love the pictures in this book because they have the colored backlighting with like the smoke, and it really showcases like the beauty of the models. Like, I'm really surprised. Just take a look at like the color tone on that Lord of Change there in this shot, and this one too, the blue hue. And there's a couple pictures further on that I want to just compare those two now, so lock that in your mind just to see like how much work they put into this art and how I think it's underappreciated just how beautiful this stuff is and how much of a selling point it is. And I'll show you just the difference here. But yeah, there's an alternate build for the Lord of Change model. I think you can build him maybe 4 different ways with his different weapons in the Kairos setup. And here's my new boys. I'm going to be getting them for Sigmar, and also for my 40k. My 1,000 Sons are going to love those blue horrors and those brimstones. I need those. So thanks GW for putting that out. And it's got screamers and some surrounded retributors or whatever they are. Kairos and the beautiful models. Look at that. The Changeling. Oh, that's just so good. Yep, I'm getting that one. It's on pre-order. So, okay. But you guys can see that all on the webpage. Beautiful Zangors. Looking great. And Kurthling. Okay. Here's the picture I wanted to show you. The different... Okay, I'm fairly confident that these models here that you're seeing, let me get a better shot, sorry for moving the camera around, right there is the same model we saw in the other pictures, but look at the blue. Look at that, just the lighting effects that they go in. Look how rich and deep that blue is. I mean, maybe they altered it with Photoshop for this shot, but I doubt it. Like, just the richness of that blue, I love that. You don't see any other armies that have that rich, deep, dark blue color, and it's super cool. And actually, I think blue's a pretty fun, easy color to paint, so that's something to consider there. So yeah, there's a nice, cool army shot, and they got some backstory on that. I'll go back to that for a second. Just help you fleshing out your army some more. Like, this army in particular has a whole story down here that if you read it, this shaman, this Zangor Shaman right here, he's kind of like the guy that started this whole army, and his deal is, he's a power hungry guy, and he wants to prove that Zangors are the greatest of Tzeentch servants. So he started this whole army, and because he's started his campaign here, he's starting to draw all these other forces to him. A Gaunt Summoner has come to watch and make sure he's keeping things under control. And an Alltheurge has been drawn to the power of his army because that's kind of like they're mysterious characters that just kind of go wherever the whims of Tzeentch take them. He's also drawing some acolytes together, and some demon lords are now starting to pay attention to this guy as he's grown. And I think it's really cool, especially if you and your buddies are just starting out with Age of Sigmar. Why don't you start a slow grow escalation league? Add, 200 points every month So you have time to save up money to buy the kits, to paint the kits, and get out there and start playing some linked campaign missions. There's plenty of missions in these books and a lot of the other books that you can, or you can just come up with your own, and watch your army grow. It's just cool. So. More tides of change. Now we're going to start getting into some of the rules. So here's the meat and potatoes, kind of the stuff that I wanted to go over for some more competitive tactics and a breakdown of that kind of stuff. So the first thing is you have to notice is with this Tzeentch army, one of their cool things, and this goes for all the new armies that come out with Sigmar. Well, I guess everybody has access to it, but you get a thing called allegiance abilities. Okay, now what this is if every model in Age of Sigmar, if you're new to it, I'll flip to show you. At the they have like their scrolls with that little wheel thing that's got the stats, blah blah blah. I'm not talking about that for now. But at the bottom of every war scroll is this thing called keywords. Okay, and it says keywords, and it has all these different things. Okay, those are really important because if it says Tzeentch, and this unit has the Tzeentch keyword, that means it qualifies for the Tzeentch allegiance. So when you have the Tzeentch allegiance, what this allows you to do is unlock special abilities that only armies that are fully comprised of models with the Tzeentch keyword can have. Okay, so that makes your allegiance Tzeentch. Okay, now you can also qualify for multiple different kinds of allegiances in the game. So like usually if you're Tzeentch, all your guys are also going to have the chaos keyword, which means they would qualify for the chaos allegiance. And the way this works is when you're making your list, you can design it with the units you take, and then you say, okay, here's all the units I'm taking. And I've designed my list, and because when I do that, if all my guys are Tzeentch, maybe I'll unlock certain units that maybe can be battle line if everybody's Tzeentch. You do that during the list building, and then when you go to play, you can sit down and say, okay, I'm ready to play the game. Now I want to choose my special battle traits and my command abilities and my artifacts, and you're allowed to say at that point, okay, I'm going to go with my Tzeentch alliance. Okay, and that'll allow me to take the stuff out of this book, and it'll allow me to take the bonuses from this book. Or maybe today I feel like going with my Chaos Allegiance, and you can use it's found in the General's Handbook at the back. Your Chaos Allegiance stuff, and you could do that with the same army. So again, like I said before, the customizability, the ability to make your heroes what you want them to be, and your army what you want it to be is just excellent because you have the freedom to do that, unlike 40K where you're just locked into whatever your list is. It's a bit different. It takes a bit to get used to. I understand that. It can be kind of confusing, but it's super cool and allows you to do. It gives you freedom, and I'm a big fan of freedom. So America. So okay. But yeah. So what Tzeentch gets if you are a Tzeentch army is you get battle trait. You get the Masters of Destiny, and what this allows you to do is you essentially at the beginning of the game, you roll before the game starts, you roll 9 dice. So you'll roll your 9 dice, whatever they come up as, you pull them aside, you leave them in the pile, and these are called your Destiny dice. And what's really cool, like I said earlier, the mutability, the malleability, the ability to manipulate fate, this is where that comes in, because once you have your Destiny dice, you can use them for special things, which is this list here. So you would say, okay, I need to cast this spell, and I really need to get this spell off, but it's a tough one. It's a level 9 spell, or casting on a 9 spell, okay? But I really need to get it because I really need to blow these guys up. I want to put out those mortal wounds. Geez, what can I do? Well, instead of rolling the dice to cast, you can pick up 2 Destiny dice that equal 9. So you have a 5 and a 4 in your 9 dice. You just pick up that 5 and 4. Say I'm using my Destiny dice for that casting roll. Bam, spell goes off. You don't even have to roll the dice. Okay, now they're out of the pool, they'll be gone, so you'll be down to you only have 7 left for the rest of the game. But as we'll see as we go on, there are ways to replenish those dice. It's not very reliable, but it's there. But nonetheless, I think that is a very powerful thing. Now, just make sure it's not completely crazy, because you can't roll before you replace with Destiny. You have to use the Destiny dice before you roll. Okay? There's some ways to get around that later that we'll look at, but that's the main thing. And it's very cool, very thematic, very fluffy, and it lets you feel like a manipulator. You can use it to great effect. You can use it for a lot of things, and you got to open up your mind when you're using this. So let's say you have a super fast unit like your Zangor Enlightened. Your guys with their spears, they like to be in combat. They have a move of 16. They're super fast. You can find them and say, hey, I want to just alpha strike the hell out of that buffing hero or that tree lord ancient before he gets his abilities on. I want to get up there on turn 1 and just mess something up. You can do that. See, they can move 16, and then you go to charge. You say you have 2 6s in that Destiny dice pool. Boom, 12-inch charge. They fly. They go over. They just assassinate something. Nobody sees that coming. It's not something you can even plan for because you don't even know what your Destiny dice are going to be. So there's no way your opponent can plan for that. It's just that ace in the hole that can be the trickery that gets you where you need to be, gets you that win, and get the enemy on the back foot. I love it. Super cool. And then also, with all Age of Sigmar armies, whatever your allegiance is allows you access to certain command traits. Okay? So your general will be able to pick one of these. And what's really cool about Tzeentch, as opposed to the other factions, is the other factions usually just have either, like Sylvaneth have their one for their faction, and then they have the one for order. Well, Tzeentch is super cool because it breaks it down even more. The Tzeentch Arcanites have their own, so this would be models that have the Arcanite and Tzeentch keywords. Would be, if your general is chosen from them, you can pick one of these command abilities. If it's Demon of Tzeentch, you can pick from this one. If it's keyword Tzeentch Mortals, which this also includes, this is all Tzeentch Mortals that are your general. This includes the Slaves to Darkness units that you can pick to be marked Tzeentch. Okay, don't forget that because that's awesome. It expands the use of this book to even more units than just that are even in this book, which is great. Now, these are really cool. I want to go through them. The first 3 are the same for every column, no matter what what your general is from. The first one is Arc Sorcerer, and it generates 2 additional spells for your general from the Lore of Fate. Okay, so if you're an Arcanite, you pick from Fate. If you're a Mortal, you pick from Fate. If you're a Demon, you'll pick from Change. So it's the same thing, but a little variation on the spell lore. This is super powerful, okay? What this allows you to do, because in Sigmar you don't roll for the spells that you need, you just pick. So you normally, if you're Tzeentch marked allegiance, and all your wizards in your army get 1 extra spell that they know. If you take this, your general is going to need 2 more. That's 3 spells from the Lore of Fate, which is actually really cool. And it just opens up your repertoire of things that you have and things that you can use to affect the game. Okay? So make sure you pick wisely. I like that one. That one's pretty good. Then the next is Nexus of Fate, and this comes in. This is really cool. If you love the idea of the Destiny dice and making your general somebody that's all about manipulating the strands of fate, this is the one for you. What it does is, if your general's alive at the start of your hero phase, you roll a dice on a 1 or a 6. You can choose to replace 1 Destiny dice from your pool with the number you rolled. Okay, so you're either going to add a 1 or you're going to add a 6 to the pool. And that can be really great because, again, let's say you roll bad on your first 9 dice. This guy can help. If your general has this, he can help you fix your Destiny pool to be better. You can swap those 1s out for 6s. Although don't bash the 1s on the Destiny pool, because you can use those for battle shock tests, and that's a big deal, as we'll see. Battle shock and bravery are not a thing that these slick, sly, striking from the shadows cultists, they're not very brave, obviously. So those 1s are clutch. So you might even want to take some of the 1s instead of the 6s. But again, it's your option. It's a cool one, and again, thematically can fit your army or your general. The next one is Magical Supremacy, and I love Magical Supremacy. This is going to be my go-to in pretty much every army I play for Tzeentch. And mostly I'm focusing on Tzeentch Demons currently, but I will be expanding to Arcanites. Magical Supremacy, you can attempt to unbind enemy spells with your general that are cast within 27 inches of them instead of 18. That is heinously powerful, especially considering some of the generals we have available. Okay, the Lord of Change, Okay, Lord of Change can take this. He can unbind enemy spells 27 inches away. He also, because he's a Lord of Change, is able to roll 2 dice when he goes to dispel and change the lower of the 2 dice to the higher. And with his command ability, he can add 1 to that. And on top of that, if he unbinds the spell and he rolls a 9 or higher and successfully unbinds, he actually learns that spell from the enemy wizard and can use that later in his turn. This is huge because some of the other armies have some great spells, like Sylvaneth have spells that just heal units or return units to the unit. Now, I don't know, they might only work on certain keywords. You're going to have to check that. But, Foot of Gork, that's always a good time. You could steal that. There's a lot of spells out there that I think could be of great use being stolen by you and not having to take those units and still have access to that magic. I like that. And just the ability to shut down enemy wizards at 27 inches. You're going to shut down their buffs. You're going to mess up any other enemy armies. You're going to make them wonder what the heck is going on and make them check their movement, which is huge in Sigmar. Okay? Now, that's 1, 2, 3. They're the same for all the difference. But now we get into the ones that are specific for the Arcanites, the demons, and the mortals. So I'm going to start with the Arcanites in this column first. Number 4 is a Boundless Mutation. And at the start of your hero phase, roll a dice, and on a 2 or more, your general heals D3 wounds. On the roll of a 1, your general suffers 1 mortal wound. If it results in their death, you can replace your general with a Chaos Spawn. Now remember, anytime you see in this, and this is the first time we're getting to it, so I'll just say it, where you replace something with a spawn, or you make a new unit, or a Zangor. If you are playing the tournament type with the points, the pitched battle is what it's called. If you're playing matched play, you have to pay points to put that down. Okay, and I know that sounds crazy, but a spawn is 60 points. So if you don't have a free 60 points in your army, and your general triggers this, he's not going to turn into a spawn. You have to have the points free in order to do that. Spawn aren't very good, so that Boundless Mutation, I wouldn't be counting on the spawn, but I really, really like that he gets D3 wounds back. Especially, I'd be thinking about this for the Augride Thaumaturge. That guy's a beast. He already heals 1 wound a turn, and now he's at least healing 2 wounds a turn if you take that, and it doesn't cost points or anything. So something to consider there. I really like that. Next is the Cult Demagogue. Add 2 to the bravery of all Tzeentch Arcanites that are within 9 inches of your general. This is a great one. This is clutch because, like I said earlier, bravery is an issue for the Tzeentch Arcanites, and that can help you fix that up. It can help your guys immensely having that extra bravery. Also, remember, it's about fluff. It's about creating something that's cool. So don't forget, like if your general is like a cult leader who's been subverting the city, that's a cool fluffy one, the Cult Demagogue one, to go with that. Next is the Arcane Sacrifice. This is pretty cool. At the start of each hero phase, you can inflict D3 mortal wounds on a friendly unit within 3 inches of your general. If you do so, then you can reroll any failed casting rolls for your general for the duration of that phase, and increase the range of the spells by 9 inches. That's awesome. That's huge. I'd be looking to use stuff like that on the Gaunt Summoner. Okay, the Gaunt Summoner can cast 2 spells a turn, and this, remember, it affects more than 1 spell once you get this off. He could just murder train D3 mortal wounds on some pink horrors, or maybe you've taken some brimstone horrors in your army that they're cheap and you don't even care about them, and you just have them around your Gaunt Summoner to trigger this because he can cast 2 spells a turn. Okay. That's awesome. Now he's going to reroll failed cast. Some of these spells have very high level. Some of them are cast on a 9. That's tough to do on 2d6 reliably. But if you can re-roll the cast, that's great, and you get an extra range on it, which is, I cannot stress to you how much movement and range matters in Age of Sigmar. Unlike 40k range, I guess, and movement matter to a degree, but it's not as important as it is in Sigmar. Okay, 40k, pretty much everything in the game is like, I can shoot anywhere anytime I want. Every weapon goes everywhere. It's like either it hits everything on the field or it's a close range weapon, and it's whatever. But it's a shooting game, and Sigmar, an extra 9-inch range. That's the difference between killing that clutch hero that's buffing the enemy army and letting him live another turn, and you paying the price on the frontline battle for that because he's buffing the enemy troops. That can be huge. So I like that one, and it's super fluffy because I love when Chaos kills their own guys. It's just great. So cool. So we'll pick up here in 4 with the demons, and it's I got a little bit of shine there on the book. I'll try to fix that for you. It's called Demon Spark. Once per battle, you're in your hero phase, you can unleash the Demon Spark. Add 1 to the damage characteristic of all your generals and melee weapons for the rest of the turn. That's cool. Now, this is only for the Tzeentch demons, which I will say, you got to be clever when they have the demon keyword. More things than you think have the demon keyword, because anything that's riding on a disc of Tzeentch, like your Zangor Shaman, your Fate Master, these things, they actually have the demon keyword because the disc is a demon. So you can roll on this chart for them because they have Tzeentch demon keyword, even though they're not actually demons themselves. And this can be really cool for the Fate Master. You want to go fly him over because he's really fast. Get back there and again assassinate that hero, assassinate that squad that's holding that objective. But you use Tzeentch's speed, and once per battle you can unleash this and add. I mean, that guy would be D3 damage plus 1. So you're talking potentially every time he swings, maybe doing 4 damage, cutting down 4 guys. 4 damage. That's like you're practically killing an ogre in a 1 swing if that works. Like that's pretty good. Even though it's once per game, it's something to consider. And again, fluffy. Like if you have your guy modeled with like this cool looking demon weapon, it's got fire blazing off of it. That might be something you want to look at, for that. Or maybe he's got like glowing eyes or something, and you want to make sure he is properly shown in the rules that he has the demon spark. It's a cool idea. Then the next one is incorporeal form. Your opponent must subtract 1 to any hit rolls that target your general in the combat phase. This is a very powerful upgrade. And again, these don't cost points or anything. You can just say your general has incorporeal form. That's -1 to hit is a big deal, okay? And I'll explain why. Obviously, a guy that's hitting you on 3s, if you have -1 to hit, is going to go to 4s. And you're like, oh, that's great. But that's a huge statistic debuff to them. They're going to miss. That's a big deal. And while you might be saying, Jerry, that's not the biggest deal, here's where it's huge. There's a lot of abilities in Age of Sigmar that trigger on a hit roll of a 6, for example. And I'm thinking your classics, like your Retributors. When I play Khorne Bloodbound, I've got my Skull Reapers that they love hitting on 6s because they can trigger mortal wounds when they do that. If your general has to subtract 1 to hit, and they're not finding a way to get +1 to hit with their unit, they can no longer roll a 6 to hit. The best they could even do is a 5 to hit, because if they roll a 6 and it's -1, that makes it 5, which means they cannot trigger their superpower ability. If you know that, and you have that in your head, you have that locked away, you know that unit's not buffed with a +1 to hit, you know you have the -1, you could send your Lord of Change into a unit of Retributors and just mess them up, because they wouldn't be expecting that. And I love that trickery, and you got to think outside the box with stuff like that. So yeah, check out Incorporeal Form for that. I wouldn't really put that on anything. Well, the Fate Master, it would work good on him. The Lord of Change, love it on the Lord of Change. But a lot of the other demon heroes, they're not super combat characters as it is. But like a Demon Prince, a Tzeentch with that. I like that. Cool. So now you got the Ether Tether. The Ether Tether is what it is, but Ether Tether, that sounds better. You can re-roll save rolls of 1 with your general. That's great, because that's for that's fantastic. Re-rolling the saves of 1, because remember, there's a lot of wizards in Tzeentch. You can always add. We always have Mystic Shield in abundance. I mean, if you're playing matched play, you can only cast it once per turn, but do not underestimate that Lord of Change with the Mystic Shield, putting them up to a 3. And if you're up against somebody that doesn't have rend weapons, you have a 3-up save re-rolling 1s. Or even trixier is you can have this comboed with some other things that give you a 2-up re-rollable save. If they don't have rend, I mean, they're not getting through you. This with the, well, it's simple. The Mystic Shield on a guy that has a 4-up armor gives him 3. You make sure that model is fully in a terrain piece. Maybe it's the Augride Thaumaturge. He can go into the terrain. He's got a 4-up save, I believe. It might be 5. You get the point. Now he's got +2 to his save, and he's re-rolling ones. That's great. I love that. So make sure if you have a combat character to consider that and some other cool combos you can do with it. Okay, over here, Tzeentch Mortals. A lot of these are really cool to use with the Slaves to Darkness guys. So number 4 for them is Blessing of Tzeentch. Each time your general suffers a wound or mortal wound, roll a dice, and on a roll of a 6, the wound is ignored. Amazing. There's a lot of stuff with mortal wounds out there. If you can get a mortal wound saved somehow, you're in business. I like that Blessing of Tzeentch. It's a good one. Soul Burn. Each time you make a wound roll of 6 or higher for any of your general's melee weapons, the target unit suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to any other damage it suffers. Okay? That's great. Soul Burn. Now, you might be, if you're new to the game, I just want to explain. It says, you want to check these when you hear this wording. When it says a roll of 6 or higher, and you might be like, Jared, how do you roll higher than a 6 on a 6-sided dice? Well, the modifiers, like we talked about before, that's where that comes in. And if you see something that says 6 or higher, that means those modifiers affect that roll. So if you give the guy that has this +1 to hit somehow, if you give him +2 to hit somehow, +1 to hit is going to make this mortal wound thing trigger on a 5+. +2 to hit, that's going to trigger on a 4+. So you got to be looking out for these combos. Every 4+ to hit from your general causing an extra mortal wound, that really racks up over the course of the game. That's huge. Plus, you can take this with another type of weapon later, where now every time you roll that 6 to hit, you're going to inflict another mortal wound. So it's 2 mortal wounds every time you roll a 6 to hit. Like, that's crazy. It doesn't sound like much, but it's like those critical hits that just add up. And fluff wise, I'm just imagining you have modeled maybe you want to do a Tzeentch Warriors of Chaos type army, and you take the Lord of Chaos, Mark Tzeentch, with Soul Burn as your general and the other weapon, and now you've got like this critical hit machine that's got like this blazing weapon. He's not actually a wizard himself, but he's like captured a wizard inside of his weapon, and he's like unleashing the fires of Tzeentch on the enemy. Very cool, and the fluff kind of just writes itself, and they really help you with these items. So. And then there's the 6 is Illusionist. Your opponent must subtract 1 from any hit rolls that target your general in the shooting phase. Again, huge, because again, you got to remember this goes on a general, which is usually character. I guess you could technically pick any model, but yeah, it's usually going to be on a character that you have. Now, in Age of Sigmar, your heroes they're their own units. They're not going to join in units of other units on your army, so they don't have those ablative wounds unless they have some kind of special way to do that. So this can be very beneficial, because a lot of people like to just shoot down the other guy's heroes, because a lot of times the heroes are the buffers, they're the support characters for the army, and if you could just snipe them and get rid of that whole thing, that's great. But here you go, you can have some defense against that, because -1 to hit is a big deal. It's a big deal. So there you go. So that's the general abilities. Now we have the Artifacts of Power. And I know there's a lot of stuff here, so thanks for hanging with me here and going through this mega review. I hope you're getting something out of it. Hope you're liking it, and especially if you're new to Age of Sigmar, I hope you're starting to see like how in depth and how cool this game is, and all the choices that you can make. So, and now here we go. The Treasures of the Cults is the first one. Any Arcanite hero can be given one of the Treasures of the Cults in your army. Now, this is the same as like the artifacts for all the other armies, but Tzeentch has 1, 2, 3, 4 artifact tables, where the other armies, if you're just using in the General's Handbook, you only have the 1 artifact table. So this is really cool, and they've really expanded this a lot, and I really appreciate it. So if your army has the Tzeentch allegiance, so everything is Tzeentch, you can pick any Arcanite hero. He has to have the keyword Arcanite hero to take any one of the Treasures of the Cult. Every army can take 1 artifact. So that's one thing from you know, that chart, that chart, that chart, and that chart per army, okay? Now, for every War Scroll battalion you take, if you're a 40k player, just looking at this, that would be the formations. So for every battalion or formation that you have in your army, you can take another artifact on another hero. So a hero can only have one artifact. You can take the same artifact on multiple characters. Okay, but just one character can only have one artifact. So you could take multiple Wind Thief charms if you want, and we'll get to that. So something to consider. And so yeah. Now the cool thing about Sigmar that I really, really wish they would do with 40k is you have to pay points for the battalions. So you pay the points for the models in the battalions, the units in the battalions that require them, and then you also have to pay points for the battalion on top of that. And I think that's a great balancing mechanism. It's phenomenal. So okay, so let's jump in. We'll look at some of the treasures of the cults for the Arcanite heroes. The first one is Ambition's End, and this is the bearer. Pick one of the bearer's melee weapons to be the Ambition's End. Roll a dice at the end of the combat phase for any hero, so keyword hero, if you're striking an enemy hero, that suffers an unsaved wound from this weapon. On a 5 or 6, they also suffer a mortal wound. If they are a wizard, they also forget a random spell for the rest of the battle. So all you have to do is wound this guy and he loses a spell. Now, we're Tzeentch. We have lots of spells. Other armies out there, most wizards, they only know 3 spells. Okay? And every wizard knows Arcane Bolt, Mystic Shield, and then they usually have one of their own powers. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, this is huge. Not only does it add more damage to your guy that you give it to with an extra mortal wound, which can stack with some of those other abilities we talked about. You know, it's a 5 or 6. So if you have that other one, you roll that 6, that guy just took 2 mortal wounds right there on top of the other damage you're doing. If he's a wizard, he's now going to lose one of their spells. Most people do not take lots of wizards, okay? They're a rarity. Tzeentch has the ability. We have very fast units. We have flying units, which allows us to go over enemy models. And a lot of our stuff can move 16 inches, okay? Plus charge 2d6. And again, use those destiny dice. You can make an assassin with this thing that is designed to just take down enemy wizards and remove the buffing element of the enemy army. Super powerful, super strong, and you will catch people off guard. They're going to have to change how they move and how they deploy just to counter a guy on a disc with this. I'm thinking a Zangor Shaman. And the guy that I really like for this assassin job is the Fate Master on the disc. Unbelievably good at that. With that, I love him for that. I mean, even if he dies, it's not that big of a deal. He doesn't cost a ton of points. But you could send him in on Alltheurge. And you know he's not going to kill Alltheurge. Maybe he'll do some damage to her. You know, she's probably just going to punch him in the face. But you could remove that clutch spell. No more healing for the Sylvaneth. You could go in... probably, like if you're up against Slaves to Darkness, they've got their Sorcerer Lord on a Manticore, which is very strong. Or just the Sorcerer Lord on foot that has an excellent buffing spell. Go in and assassinate him. Take off a spell. I mean, some armies, like Stormcast, they usually include like maybe one wizard here. You know, oh, let's put this one wizard in our army so we can get Mystic Shield on all of our Shield Wall Stormcast guys, which is great for them. Boom. No more Mystic Shield. They only have one guy that can cast that in their entire army, and you just took care of it. Turn 1 with your ludicrously fast moving wizard assassin. Very cool. I love it a lot. Next is going to be the Secret Eater. One of the bearer's weapons is the Secret Eater. Each time a hero is slain by this weapon, you may roll another dice and immediately add it to your pool of destiny dice. So there you go. There's another way to get dice added to your destiny pool. This one's not very reliable because you have to kill heroes. And that can sometimes be tough because not all heroes are just 5 wound guys on foot. Some of them are vampire lords on zombie dragons. But again, you know, we have the speed, we have the mobility. This could be a thing if you want to get the destiny dice back and you like that mechanic. You know, you can fly over again with that Fate Master and just assassinate that little buffer hero in the back, that ghoul courtier that's just kind of hiding back there trying to buff up his guys. just assassinate him and get another Destiny dice. That could be huge. That could alter the whole game, depending on what you roll for that. So it's good. The Spiteful Shield. Roll a dice for each successful hit roll made against the bearer in the combat phase. On a 6, the attacking unit suffers a mortal wound once the attack has been resolved. This is great. I know it's only on a 6 that it triggers, which is... I'd like to see it a little bit better for being an artifact and everything, but it's each time you get hit. So your tanky guys, yeah, I really like this on, again, the Fate Master. He's one of the cool Arcanite heroes. He can have a 2-up save without any buffs applied to him if he's fighting against things that don't have the fly rule. Okay, because he's on his disc, he's flying, that's his special rule. That's a great thing for him because he's going to be making lots of saves, especially if you give him the reroll 1s, because he's a demon, because he's on a disc. Give him the reroll 1 saves, have him with that 2-up save, just toss him into some unit that doesn't have rend, and let this go to work. Let him start tearing stuff up with his weapon, and let that start triggering like every time you get hit. Yeah, it's great. So you won't be taking damage because you're tanky, and you take those hits and hopefully reflect some damage back. I really like it. So, and we'll move up here to the Soul Drought. Once per battle in any hero phase, the bearer may drink this potion until the end of the phase. Roll 3 dice whenever they attempt to cast or unbind a spell and use the 2 highest results. This is very cool. Like I said earlier, a lot of the spells are kind of hard to get off, but this one is great for those wizards that can cast 2 spells a turn, because they can, you want to use it. They can roll the 3 dice for both of those spells because it's until the end of the phase. Cool little one use only item. I really like it. If you're going to be running, it's one that's great for the Gaunt Summoner because his spell is pretty powerful. It's kind of difficult to get off. It's a high cast value, but he can cast 2 spells a turn. So you can give him 2 high level ones and that 1 clutch turn, drink the potion, and just unleash fury. I like that. I like that for him a lot. The Glamour Fetish. Your opponent must add 1 to the results of any battle shock tests they take for their units within 9 inches of the bearer. Great little thing. A lot of armies in the game have pretty high bravery, but bravery and the ability to affect bravery can win you games. That's just one, but again, it's just going to plink one little dude off every time. If this triggers, and you add 1 bravery, and you're up against some ogres, and you make just 1 ogre run away, which is all it takes is the +1 to make 1. That's a 4 wound model that just ran away. So I like this one, especially if I don't know if it'll be a go-to for me every time, but for your combat hero, your frontline hero, or even just a support wizard that's kind of behind the front lines a little bit, or guys that are quick on their disc, you can get them in position to get that triggering. And who knows, it can add up over the course of a prolonged melee, So check that out. The Wind Thief Charm. I think this one's going to be very popular. Once per battle, you can use the Wind Thief Charm to move the bearer up to double their move characteristic. During this move, the bearer can move as if they could fly. Hope you're seeing a theme here. We have trickery, guile, and speed to be able to strike where we need to strike. This little trinket right here, this charm, phenomenal on the Alltheurge. Allows him to move very quickly, once per game, and he hits like a truck. And if you apply his force in the right position, you can break enemy armies. And the ability to fly over enemy models is second to none. It's huge. That's a big item. I like it on the Alltheurge. I like it on who else is an Arcanite hero? I like it. Believe it or not, I kind of like it on the, what's his name? The dude with the demon on his shoulder. Sorry, I just forgot what it was. Yeah, he's decently good in melee. But yeah, the Alltheurge, that's who you want that on. Or, for kicks and giggles and hilarity, you could give this to the Fate Master, who's now going to move 32 inches and then charge once per game. That is fantastic. Though the fly is kind of lost on him because he can already fly. But there you go. Think of some tactical, strategic ways to use those artifacts. Very good artifacts. Next up is the Fated artifacts, and these are for Tzeentch mortal heroes. So while these usually work for most of our Arcanite heroes that are in this book, these can be used by a lot of the Slaves to Darkness guys. So remember that. And there's some pretty clutch ones in here. So first is the Wicked Shard. It is pick one of the bearer's melee weapons to be the Wicked Shard. Reroll wound rolls of 1 for this weapon. Reroll all failed wound rolls instead if the bearer successfully cast or unbound a spell in the same turn. That's cool because we have a lot of wizards, and if you want them to be a little bit more choppy, that's great. I'm thinking the Manticore, yeah. Reroll all failed wound rolls. Wait, let me read that because I want to make sure it works for the Manticore. Pick one of the weapons for this weapon. Yeah, if he casts a spell, it says reroll all failed wound rolls instead if the bearer successfully casts. So the guy on the Manticore, if he casts his power, I'm pretty sure if I'm reading that right, that would, if he casts a spell, the Manticore would then be rerolling to wound, which is great. Any kind of rerolls you can get makes you that much more reliable in combat. Okay, Change Blade. Pick one of the bearer's melee weapons to be the Change Blade. Whenever a hero is slain by this weapon, replace the slain model with a Chaos Spawn under your control. I don't like this one at all for pitched battle because you'd have to leave the points for the spawn that you're going to make, which I don't like. However, for fun games, narrative games, open play games, this is super cool. Especially if you're making a campaign maybe where there's some kind of demon weapon in the campaign. This is great for storytelling purposes. I love the Change Blade. So just because it's not always great for pitched battle doesn't mean it doesn't have a place in the game. So just make sure you remember that. There's a lot of ways to play Sigmar. So the Nexus Staff is next. Pick one of the bearer's weapons to be a Nexus Staff. Each time a hero is slain by this weapon, you can unleash the soul it has stolen as a burst of power. Roll a dice for each enemy unit within 9 inches, and on a 4 or more, the unit being rolled for suffers D3 mortal wounds. That's pretty good. That's a solid melee weapon right there. That it just adds effectiveness to the weapons you already have. And if you can get it, if you can assassinate that hero right in the middle of, like let's say there's a big blob melee in the middle, maybe you're trying to grind them down in an attrition battle in the middle of the field. There's a lot of enemy units around. This could be big. It could alter the whole course of that battle. You're going to hit stuff behind them. You're going to blow up 9 inches. Maybe you're hurting the support heroes in the back. The things you didn't think about. That 9 inches is a big range there. So I like that. It's not the best weapon in any game there, but it's not terrible. The only reason it's a little iffy is because it only triggers when you slay heroes. But there's enough heroes around. We got some pretty tough guys. The Alltheurge Thaumaturge. He likes that. So, yeah, it's cool. Now we're up to oh my goodness, these shadows. We've got the Time Slip Pendant. Okay, Time Slip Pendant. Once per battle, at the end of any combat phase, the bearer can enter a time slip. If they do, they can pile in an attack for a second time. This is probably the best artifact in this entire book. This is huge. And consider the guys you can put this on. Tzeentch mortal heroes. This could be on the Alltheurge Thaumaturge. This could be on your Chaos Lord. This could be on your Exalted Hero of Chaos that can attack already. He attacks twice. You put this on him. He can attack 3 times in a turn that I think that's what it is. In a turn that he charges, he can attack twice. If he has this thing once per battle, he can pile in and attack 3 times. Okay? If your opponent doesn't know what's going on here, he could just wipe out the entire center of a combat and hitting multiple units with his 3 pylons. Do not underestimate that. The Time Slip Pendant is a big thing, and I like it. I like it a lot. For an Arcanite hero or a guy in this book, you definitely want that on a melee heavy guy. Fate Master, yeah, I could see him using it, but you want the melee heavy hitter. I think the Alltheurge Thaumaturge is the guy you want with the Time Slip Pendant. It's just great. Alright, and next up is the Demon Heart. Once per battle at the end of any hero phase, the bearer can tap into the baleful energies of the Demon Heart. Add 1 to the damage characteristic of all the bearer's melee weapons for the duration of the turn. However, at the end of the combat phase, roll a dice, and on a 1, the bearer suffers a mortal wound. So, once per game, you can add 1 damage. Seems pretty straightforward. Yes, but there are a lot of applications. It does not list, like a lot of other things do that are like this. They say this is only for the bearer and not the mount of the bearer. So only like the weapons that the bearer... This does not say that. So I'm assuming that this would affect all weapons on a mount. So you could take this on a Chaos Lord on a Manticore, the Sorcerer Lord on a Manticore, and it should affect the Manticore's damage attacks too, which could actually be really, really savage if you use that correctly. It's only once per battle, so you're going to have to use it at the right time, but I like it. And I think it has its place, especially for some of those Slaves to Darkness, like Uber heroes, to get that extra damage out that they need to do. So yeah, pretty cool. For the duration of the combat phase, right? And I could see this being pretty cool on the Exalted Hero of Chaos, because he can attack twice a turn. I think if he charges, I'm pretty sure I have that war scroll right. If I'm wrong, just correct me. But again, use this on him, and he's going to get 2 rounds, two swings with +1 damage on his weapons. That's pretty cool, and I like that. But yeah, I mean, it's a solid thing, even though it's once per game on pretty much any kind of combat hero you're going to put it on. So cool. Next is the Paradoxical Shield, and this is add 2 to any save rolls you make for the bearer. However, you must re-roll all successful save rolls that you make for them. So at first I thought this thing was going to be great, because it's like, oh my gosh, you can get +2 to your save. This thing's fantastic. But in practice, I actually think that this is a horrible item. I think it actually makes whoever you put it on more easy to kill than anything. And the reason I say that is, let's say you have a Kurthling, and we want to put it on the Kurthling. Kurthling's got a 4-up save. Oh yeah, he's perfect for the Paradoxical Shield, because we can get him up to that 2+ save. It'll be great. Except the problem with this is you have to reroll all the successful saves. So, let's say he's got a 2-up save, but somebody hits him with a Ren 2 weapon. Now he's got a 4-up save that every time you're successful, you have to re-roll your successes, which means he basically just fails every save. It's like it's not good. Like, it actually does more harm to him than good in the instance that he's going to be suffering a rend. So yeah, Paradoxical Shield is a good name for this. I would probably leave this one at home. Yeah, but at first glance I thought it was good. I just don't see it as being practical or useful in actual gameplay terms. Yeah. So now this section here, that was all the mortal stuff. Now we're going to get into, this is the war gear for the Tzeentch demons. So any demon heroes you have in a Tzeentch army can pick one of these as their artifact, or if you have battalions, again, you can take more than one. You can take one more of these for each War Scroll battalion you have in your army. Now these it does make a note, it does make a blurb up here about how if you take these, this actually counts in, like, they count in also with the ones on this page. So for the mortal ones. So you can't take one mortal one and one demon one in the same list without multiple battalions. They count towards that same total, which is, it's good that they clarify that. So this first section here is the demonic weapons, and these are for Tzeentch demon heroes. So the first one is the Warp Fire Blade. Pick one of the bearer's melee weapons to be a Warp Fire Blade. Wound rolls of 6 made for this weapon cause a mortal wound in addition to their normal damage. Cool. So Yeah, just another way to get some extra mortal wound damage out there. The problem with demons is there's not a lot of like super combat-y demons. Maybe I could see this again on the Fate Master or a Lord of Change. I guess it's okay, but there's some better ones for Lords of Change, I think. But again, comboing nicely with one of the general abilities to get that 6 to trigger the magic mortal wounds. You can get like 2 mortal wounds every time. So that's pretty cool, and I like that. So then there's the sentient weapons. Enemy units can never benefit from modifiers to their save roll or save characteristic. For example, from being in cover against attacks made by this demon. So this would affect all the weapons. If you take this on a demon like a Lord of Change, it would affect all of his weapons. And what it does is the guy can't take any modifiers to his save. So if they put Mystic Shield on him, nope, he doesn't have Mystic Shield. If he's in cover, nope, not in cover. Like it just doesn't. You can't modify the save value in conjunction with the rend. That I'm thinking on the Lord of Change, this is actually really good because a lot of times people can, use the terrain, they can use the Mystic Shield in conjunction and make a really tanky character. I'm thinking like that. The Lord Celestin on the Dracoth with the shield that every time he makes a save, he does like a mortal wound to everything around him. That kind of thing. That relies on him getting that 2-up save, and I believe he gets the reroll 1 save there too. And this could really shut him down. You take this and it's knocking him down to a 3. So it's adding 1 rend when you're fighting a Lord Celestin to all your weapons. If you're fighting somebody who has a lower save and they're being modified by +2, it's like adding 2 rend. And then your rend takes effect after that, which is great. So you have a rend 2 from the Lord of Change is I think it's his sword on the Lord of Change. If he has this, it's now, instead of being it would be 2-up if they was fully buffed Lord Celestin to a 4-up, this will turn it into a 5-up, which I like. It's pretty cool, and it stops people. They thought they were tricky going into the terrain. They thought they were tricky doing Mystic Shield or some other things to get extra saves. No, not from Sentient. Sentient Weapons is a nice one for a Lord of Change. Next is the Blade of Fate. Pick one of the bearer's melee weapons to be a Blade of Fate. If you have at least 1 dice in your pool of Destiny dice when making an attack with this weapon, you can reroll failed hit and wound rolls of 1. However, if there are 9 Destiny dice in the pool when the bearer attacks with this weapon, you can instead reroll all failed hit and wound rolls. Pretty stinking cool. If you don't feel like you're going to be using those Destiny dice a lot, this is the weapon to go to because it's going to make that hero much more killy. I mean, rerolling to hit and rerolling to wound is no small thing, and that's huge. That's big, and I like it for that. However, as soon as you expend 1 Destiny dice, it just drops down to reroll hit and wounds of 1. So I don't know if it has too much. If you want to save up and kind of just like use this as like an alpha strike kind of a thing, I could see that. But yeah, or if you plan on like adding lots of dice back, it could come into play that way. But I don't know. That one's on the lower end of things. I actually like the Warpfire Blade with the mortal wounds and the sentient weapons way more than that one. Next demon weapon up is number 4 is the Soul Eater. Pick one of the bearer's melee weapons to be the Soul Eater. Each time the bearer slays a hero with this weapon, add 1 to this weapon's attack for the rest of the battle. Again, we see another thing triggering on hero kills, which seems to be a big theme in this. Now, this one is really good. Getting a +1 attack on a weapon, like, again, the Lord of Change comes to mind with his sword. It only has 2 base attacks, but if you take this, plus there's another spell, you kill 1 hero. Now that guy's got 4 attacks with a damage, I think it's damage 3 weapon with rend 2. That's pretty scary. And the Lord of Change is pretty quick. He moves 10 and he can fly. You can get into those heroes. I like it. It's decent if you want to set up for a decently choppy kind of hero. I like that one. It's a decent one. The Soul Eater is pretty good. Phantasmal weapons. I think this is actually very effective for us. So, Phantasmal Weapons. Improve the rend characteristic of all melee weapons wielded by this demon by 1. So, if it has rend dash, it becomes rend 1. That might not seem like a lot, but it combos a lot with some of the other things. Again, this is for demons, so immediately I think of our big choppy demons, like the Lord of Change. Now he's going to have rend 3. Rend 3 is huge. Rend 3 cuts down so much stuff. It gets right through a lot of the shenanigans that people are trying to pull. Also, I'm thinking for this, the Phantasmal Weapons would be great on, like, really good for the Fate Master, because the Fate Master's weapon, I believe, doesn't have rend innately. So even just giving him the 1 rend is going to just go a long ways with him, and I really like Phantasmal Weapons for that. Could also be pretty cool on... I'm going to get, Lord of Change and the Fate Master seem to be the ones that the Phantasmal Weapons would be good for, so. And next we have the Pyrofire Stave. Add 1 to the wound rolls you make for the bearer's attacks in the shooting phase. This one is interesting. There's really only one demon that I see that has like a real shooting attack. This is the Herald's staffs, can shoot like two shots that are like 4 to hit, 4 to wound, and no rend. But they're not that great. However, there's a new option for the Lords of Change kit to get I forget what it's called, but it's a staff. You can build him with a staff. There's some pictures of him that we went through earlier. He's holding in one hand like a wand or something like that, and has a really cool shooting attack now in his updated profile on the app. Oh, and that reminds me, if you are new to Age of Sigmar and you do have the app, make sure that you are constantly, well, I shouldn't say constantly, but every once in a while, go through your app, hold down the button on the War Scroll itself, and delete War Scroll and re-download it. Because a lot of times, Games Workshop has been updating the War Scrolls, and if you don't delete and re-download, you're not going to see the new profiles like the Lord of Change now has. So I really like this one because that new magic wand, I think, is like 2d6 attacks, and it hits on 3 wounds on 3, and it's 1 damage, but and no rend. But with this, you're going to wound on 2s, which that's adding a lot, and I like that. So if you're going to go the shooty route with that new magic wand, I like making it the Pyrofire Stave, because that, I think, adds a lot to it. So something to consider. Next up is the Demonic Powers charts. First one is the Lord of Flux. Roll a dice at the beginning of each combat phase for each enemy unit in 3 inches of this demon. On a roll of 4 or more, the unit suffers a mortal wound. Another cool way to get out mortal wounds, even though it's only 1. Again, you can get this on a Lord of Change, who's pretty tough. He's got 14 wounds, a 4-up save. He's pretty tanky. You can put some spells on him, get some Mystic Shield there. Just send him into the fray and just hope that this... 3 inches is pretty good from the size base of a Lord of Change. This could be putting wounds on single heroes. It could be planking off models from units. I can see it adding up, doing 2-3 mortal wounds a turn over like 3 or 4 turns. Like that's pretty cool. Like I could see that. So I like it. Next up is the Aura of Mutability, and I really, really like this one. I think this is going to be one of my personal go-tos for my Lords of Change most of the time. You can reroll wound rolls of 1 for friendly units of Tzeentch demons within 3 of this demon. This is big. So, we're always looking for ways to buff your army, force multiply your army, and this is a huge one. Rerolling wounds, all wounds of 1, is really awesome for just free on a Lord of Change. So, he's got a big base size, 3 inches, and all it has to do, is touch one of the guys in the unit, and now the whole unit is rerolling ones to wound. And that's for everything. That's for spells, that's for shooting, that's for melee. It's great. It's just awesome. So, Aura of Mutability I really like. So Cursed Ichor is next. Roll a dice after any wounds are inflicted upon this demon, on a roll of 2 or more, one enemy model within 1 inch of them suffers 1 mortal wound. If several enemy models are within range, randomly determine which one suffers a mortal wound. Super cool. Super fluffy. If you stab the demon, he just boiling blood or like acid falls out on you and just burns the guys in those mortal wounds. Pretty cool. And I only really like this again on the Lord of Change because he has so many wounds. So I mean, if somebody kills a Lord of Change, I mean, think of it this way: if you one-on-one a Lord of Change and he has this, and your guy kills him, he's gonna take 14 mortal wounds back. Well, I mean, you have to, it's on a 2 or more, so yeah, maybe you're talking 11, 10 or 11, 12. Hopefully, if you roll well, mortal wounds back. That's pretty good. That's nothing to sneer at. Even though you're gonna end up losing your guy because it's when you suffer wounds, but still, I like it. And you don't really have the ability to target it because it's random, but that's cool. I like that. The Wellspring of Arcane Might. You can reroll any casting roll, which are showing 1 for any friendly units of Tzeentch demons within 9 inches of this demon. This is big. This is big because we have lots of wizards. We have lots of high-level magic. We want to use our spells. Part of being Tzeentch is going to be leveraging your spells and mortal wound casting to your advantage. And this is great because you can slap it on a Herald. You can slap it on a Herald on a disc, and it's 9 inches from him, so you can get him where you need to go. He moves 16 on a disc, and he has a 9-inch aura of this, and it's going to get your wizards more reliability in their casting. So, you know, usually when you roll 2 dice, one of them's usually decent, and the other one, you roll that one, and you're just going to fail that cast. But with this, you can do the reroll, and you're going to get... Oh, it's just great. I like it a lot. Very good power. Now, there are some battalions that we'll get into later for the demons, if you are playing demons, that kind of give you this one in the battalion, in a way. It's not quite as good as this, but it still has the effect. And if you're running that battalion, I would not take this. It's just redundancy that you don't need, really. Doesn't really help you. And I'd go with, you know, one of the other powers to augment that. But we'll get into that in a bit. Next is the aspect of Tzeentch. Each time you expend a Destiny dice while this demon is on the battlefield, roll a dice, and on a 6, you may immediately roll another dice and add it to your Destiny pool. Very cool, especially if you're wanting to, again, be that master manipulator. You want to use those special powers to your advantage. And we're going to get in, when we get into the units, on ways that this one could come in handy, because a lot of our units can get very, very powerful if we properly leverage the Destiny dice. So keep that one in mind. If you're, you know, find yourself using those Destiny dice strategically, tactically, the aspect of Tzeentch can be good. I know it's only on a 6, doesn't seem good, but I really do think every single Destiny dice is going to come into play. So they're kind of precious commodity, and any way to get them back after using them is actually really powerful. Okay, next is Mark of the Conjurer. When attempting to summon a Tzeentch demon with this demon, add 1 to the casting roll. That is... Yeah, you know, it's only going to be able to use that in open play or narrative play. In matched play, odds are, well, I guess you could make a summoning list, I suppose. Leave a big chunk of your points off the table so that you can tactically respond to the enemy for what they're deploying and summon what you want. It might have a place there, but again, you're going to have to specifically design a list around it. So if you do want to summon, and you are designing your list around that, maybe your fluff is, you know, a demon summoner of some kind, then this is a good go-to one. But most of the time, this is going to be an avoid, just because summoning is so iffy when it comes to pitched battle, and personally I haven't seen much of it, but you know, here and there might be pretty good. Especially, you know, you can leave this on a Herald on the ground in the backfield to try to summon something behind the enemy, maybe some flamers, you know, right where you need them, so they can't get shot at before you get a chance to use them. I could see it being used like that, so it's something to remember that you have the option for. So okay, and the next page is the spell lores. Okay, so now if you're Tzeentch marked, and it says it right here, if you're any wizards in a Tzeentch army, so if you're Tzeentch Allegiance, all the units are Tzeentch, know an additional spell chosen from the Lore of Fate. If they are an Arcanite wizard or a mortal wizard with this in a Tzeentch army, they get 1 extra spell, which means you can either roll to generate it if that's how you're playing, or normally you'll just pick which spell you want for each wizard that's available for the Lore of Fate. So I'll just go through these and we can kind of think together of some application. So first one is Bolt of Tzeentch, and this is just a normal, just direct damage one, very solid. The Bolt of Change has a casting value of 8. If successfully cast, pick an visible enemy unit in 18 inches of the caster. The unit you pick suffers D6 mortal wounds. I feel like at least one of your wizards is going to have this spell in every battle. Now remember, if you're playing pitched battle, you can only cast a spell. So like Bolt of Tzeentch, even if like 12 wizards know it in your army, if you're playing pitched battle, only one of them can cast it in every one of your turns. So this is one of those where I think you're always going to want Bolt of Tzeentch on somebody, somewhere. Especially those Lord of Change that are really good at casting the high value because they can add 1 to their cast value, and they can, change the lower dice on the cast value to match the higher dice. They're going to get to that magic 8, which 8, don't kid yourself, that's pretty hard to get off most of the time, but chucking out D6 mortal wounds is really good, very strong. And we can combo it again with some of the things that we saw back here. Like where was it? The one command trait, the Arcane Sacrifice. Yeah, because this is for Tzeentch Arcanites. Get an additional 9-inch range, and you can reroll casting attempts on your one Arcanite wizard that you have in the army with Bolt of Change, and bam! I mean, you have a sniper, long range. Decently easy to get it off with the reroll. Hopefully, you should have a good shot at it. At D6 mortal wounds, like that's crazy. If you just again use that Destiny dice, you have a 6 sitting there in your pool. You go to roll the damage, because that's one of the classifiers for the Destiny dice that you can use it on. Oh, look, I have a 6 in my 6 mortal wounds. Boom, kills that hero. Oh, you have a 5 in the Destiny pool? Boom, kills that 5 wound hero. Takes down an ogre. This is strong, especially used in conjunction with the Destiny dice. Arcane Suggestion is next. It's casting value of 7, and it does a random effect on an enemy unit, but not heroes or monsters, within 18. Roll a dice and consult the following table. So, when it goes off on a 7, and then you affect a unit. This is really strong. This is now, it's kind of random, but every one of these is a great result to have. It's not like those 40k charts for Possessed or the boon table in 40k where like you don't want to do it because the bad is so bad. This is all good stuff. So on a 1, it's hopeless. The enemy is hopeless. The unit immediately suffers is D3 mortal wounds. Great, more damage. Number 2, drop your weapons. Until the end of this turn, subtract 1 from the hit and wound rolls for the unit. And we already talked about how powerful that is. Just awesome. Now, I don't think the Destiny dice can allow you to choose this option because they don't work for like something like this. It specifically lists what the Destiny dice are allowed to affect. And rolling on charts like this is not part of it. But still, though, great if you can get that. That's just going to cripple a unit. Turn around. Until the end of the next turn, subtract 1 from the save rolls of a unit. Great. I mean, that's awesome. You put that on their main battle line unit. You're going to negate their Mystic Shield, or you're going to make their guy even worse than normal, and I like it. So, while it's got a little bit of element of random to it, it'd be nice to always have some, Arcane Suggestion caddy running around supporting your main block of like Zangors. Like, I see this as a good spell to support the fighting units that are going to be your main battle line fighting units. So, kind of even the odds. Especially for Acolytes. Acolytes are not the best fighters, but if you can debuff what they're fighting with this, it might help them swing it in their favor. All right, next up we're looking at Glimpse of the Future. And Glimpse of the Future is a power that is going to be very good for those of you that want to be, again, those master manipulators, those wizards of fate that are going to be utilizing a lot of the destiny dice. You're always going to want to get one of your Tzeentch Arcanite wizards to have this spell. It's very, very handy. So, Glimpse of the Future has a casting value of 7. Only one of your wizards can attempt to cast this spell per turn. Which is normal, that's normal for pitched battle. But if you're using custom games or open play, you can still only cast this once per turn because it is really that powerful. And if you successfully cast it, roll a dice and add it to your destiny pool. This is gigantic because, again, this destiny pool can be utilized in so many tricky ways to really give us an advantage while we're playing, that this is almost like a go-to on a lot of your Arcanite wizards. In fact, as I'm going to be playing a lot of demons, I'm looking for keyword demon stuff. But it's always nice if you can find a unit that has keyword demon and keyword Arcanite, because you can still put him in a Tzeentch demon list and not lose anything. And then he has the Arcanite, so he can take powers from this. So the guy that I'm looking at a lot is the Gaunt Summoner to fill that role, because he's an Arcanite demon mortal wizard, so he's like everything in this book, so he has access to all of them, and I like him with this spell. But he's so good at so many things that sometimes it's hard to choose, but this spell's really awesome for getting dice back, and it's not too hard to cast, so consider that. Next up is the Shield of Fate. The Shield of Fate has a casting value of 5. If successfully cast, pick a Tzeentch demon unit with an 18 of the caster. Until the start of your next hero phase, you can reroll save rolls of 1 for the unit if you have 1 to 3 destiny dice, save rolls of 1 and 2 if you have 4 to 6 destiny dice, and save rolls of 1, 2, and 3 if you have 7 to 9 destiny dice. The dice results, the dice results you can re-roll will change accordingly if any destiny dice are added or expended from your pool. So this power is awesome. I love this for casting on your main battle line unit, especially early on in the game. I'm looking at Zangors for this as a very good battle line if you're playing Arcanites, because they're fast. If they have their horn in their unit, they can move, and they're pretty decently quick. I believe they're move 6. They can run and they can charge. And if you can get them in early before you really are expending a lot of your dice, throw this up on them. Use another wizard to throw up Mystic Shield on them. Now they're going to have a 4-up with re-rolling saves, and if they have the Arcanite shields on the Zangors, they also have the 6-up ward save after that. That's a pretty durable unit. And justifies, I think, the Zangor higher price cost if you can, combo it with this power in particular, and make it your mainline battle unit. It also, so I really like that. Now, again, just want to make sure that you remember you can only cast one spell a turn. So, making a large unit is beneficial for a lot of these spells, and like Shield of Fate and Mystic Shield together on one huge large Zangor unit. You're going to get a lot of mileage out of that in competitive play, and I think that is definitely a thing that we can bring to the table that's going to be feared. So don't forget that one. Next is the Infusion Arcanum. Or Arcanum. And Infusion Arcanum has this casting value of 5. Is successfully cast. Until your next hero phase, you can add 1 to all hit and wound rolls for the caster. Very cool self-buff ability. You won't be taking this on your support wizards. You won't want this on your magisters. You won't want this on... pretty much your Magisters, or I think your Zangor Shaman, because he's just not as choppy as I would like him to be for being an actual Zangor. But the guys you really want to look at for this is the Thaumaturge. Oh my gosh, this is great for him. The problem with the Thaumaturge is he's so good that everything is so good for him. Everything makes him better. So you're really going to have to pick what you want. But I like this if you want him to be kind of like that alpha striking truck. Maybe you want him to take the artifact that we looked at earlier, the Wind Thief Charm on the Thaumaturge. Plus, he knows this spell, which will allow him to move 10 inches flying and add to his bonus, so he can be that assassin character that we were looking at and get you the tricksy movement, get you to be where you need on the battlefield, and do more damage when you get there, make you more reliable. So that's pretty cool. I really wish the demons could take that one, but alas, they could not. And the last spell in the Lore of Fate is the Treacherous Bond. This one right here is borderline broken, and I'm going to explain why here. So, Treacherous Bond has a casting value of 6. If successfully cast, pick a visible friendly unit within 18 inches of the caster until your next hero phase, so long as the bonded unit is within 9 inches of the caster. Roll a dice whenever the caster suffers an unsaved wound or mortal wound, and on a roll of a 2 or more, the chosen unit suffers the mortal wound or the mortal wound instead. Oh my goodness. Like I was talking about just a little while ago, the large Zangor unit, or you have Kairic Acolytes around, or Pink Horrors around. You cast this with your Alltheurge Thaumaturge right in the middle of the enemy forces. He's basically invincible. He has, like, you can make any unit a blade of wounds for your super damage dealing unit. Now, the thing I'm thinking here is this is for mortal wizards can take this. Okay, I'm looking at you, Sorcerer Lord on Manticore, that can take Treacherous Bond, that can add stuff to his damage from some of the artifacts. That can maybe attack twice with the Manticore if you take the Time Slip Pendant plus Treacherous Bond. That is a frontline fighter that's terrifying. Like, how do you get to him? I mean, he's already tough as he is with a lot of wounds, but you add this in. If he's near the Zangor blob, you got 30 Zangors in a blob. Yes, it's a pretty big point investment, but that's 60 wounds of, if other wizards are casting the Shield of Fate and the Mystic Shield on the Zangors, while your Manticore Lord, Sorcerer Lord, is casting this on himself. I mean, this is absurd. Like, that is Treacherous Bond, I think, is the best of all the spells in here. But again, you're going to have to plan ahead using it. You don't want to just use this when you have, 10-man Zangor units or 10-man Acolyte units to go to. Although, while handy, you want to be prepared that the unit you're casting this on can tank the damage that it's going to be taking from multiple sources. Because, if the Zangors are in combat with another battle line unit, a heavy hitter like, some Skull Reapers or maybe some Wrathmongers, they're going to be getting by that. And then if they're doing this Treacherous Bond from another unit where maybe the hero is in on the Sorcerer Lord on the Manticore, who's also feeding them wounds, they could get chewed up pretty quick. But, remember, be smart. Buff them, know what's going on, and make them tanky to use this. And yeah, that's just great. I like that a lot. So lots of combos, lots of possibilities there. Okay, next up is the Lore of Change, and this is the spell lore that is available to the Tzeentch demons. The first spell is a copy of what we've seen before, the Bolt of Tzeentch. It's just 18-inch range and the D6 mortal wounds. Solid spell, and you're going to want to get that in pretty much every list. That I love that for damage output, especially with Tzeentch demons, because you can take other guys that can do D6 mortal wound spells too, like the Herald on foot, and just, man, with the Destiny dice in tow, you cast this, you cast the other one, you roll this, use the 2 6s in your Destiny pool. That's 12 mortal wounds. Like, you're just taking down a monster in one turn. Like, that's great. So their first unique one is the Treason of Tzeentch. The Treason of Tzeentch has a casting value of 5. If successfully cast, pick a visible enemy unit within 18 of the caster. One model in the unit you pick immediately attacks the rest of the unit as if it were the combat phase, using whichever weapons you choose. However, the model may never attack itself as a result of the spell, so it only affects units that have more than one model. Cool. So this one's great. It's very good against what we're seeing is like a plethora of elite type units, especially if you're up against things like Sylvaneth. Those hunters with the scythes or the swords are devastating units. But if you can get them to just start hitting themselves in your hero phase, and then shoot them with some other magic, then shoot them with some of your shooting attacks that you have, and then get in there on melee, you can make short work of them with all these different sources of damage. And Treason of Tzeentch is excellent for that. Yeah, so make sure you keep that, when you see that you're up against, look at the enemy army, when you see that you're up against one of those elite level units, Skull Reapers, Hunters, Ogres, oh my gosh, Mournfang, Ogres would hate you if you took this. But again, this is, if you're up against those elite armies, you pick Treason of Tzeentch just to be more reliable output. On casting value 5, it's basically a given. So, yeah, I really like that one. And next is Arcane Transformation. As a casting value of 7, if successfully cast, pick a visible friendly hero within 18 of the caster. You could permanently increase the model's move, bravery, or the attacks characteristic of one of its weapons by 1. However, each hero can only be chosen as the target of the spell once per battle. Excellent spell for your support wizard in the back that wants to buff up some of your more choppy heroes. I really like putting this on the Lord of Change with his sword to give him the extra attack on the sword, which is huge, which comboed with some other things we've seen in the book already can really get that Lord of Change to being, the Lord of Change is great, but he's kind of mediocre as far as a monster goes in combat. But with all these buffs, plus his spell slinging, I think he can really be kind of a terror on the table if you are supporting him correctly. But I also like it if you have lots of heroes in your army, taking one dude that has this to just dish out buffs to all of them. You got a Lord of Change. Maybe you got a Fate Master in there. You can put it on him too. Maybe you got an Alltheurge. You can put that on his staff and get even more damage output that way. Yeah, I really like it. And next up is Unchecked Mutation. And this is Unchecked Mutation has a casting value of 7. If successfully cast, pick a visible enemy unit within 18 of the caster. The unit you pick suffers D3 mortal wounds, and then you roll on a dice. On the roll of a 5 or 6, the unit suffers another mortal wound, and you roll another dice as above. Cool. Love the spell. I love that it's just another arcane bolt that we can have in our repertoire that we can just shoot out D3 mortal wounds. And it has the chances, it's better than arcane bolt because it's got this chance to do extra wounds. Now, I think it's worth some discussion, but correct me if you think I'm wrong. I believe that this actually is not affected by the rule of 1 in pitched battle because it is triggering on a dice roll of 5 or 6. You keep doing that. It's not generating additional attacks. It's just generating on a fixed roll, which I do think that actually does work with under the rules of 1 still. So that being said, that's pretty cool if you can keep rolling those 5s and 6s. I don't think you can use the Destiny dice for that 5 and 6 because it's not a damage roll, it's not an attack roll or anything like predetermined by what the Destiny dice can roll on. But yeah, if you got some luck in your side, you're feeling like you want to test Tzeentch out, see how much support he actually is having for you right now. Check this one. Very cool. Fold Reality is another one I couldn't even believe the first time I read it that this is actually here. So Fold Reality has a casting value of 7, not bad. If successfully cast, pick a visible friendly unit of Tzeentch demons within 18 inches of the caster and roll a dice. On a roll of 2 or more, you can return that many slain models to the unit. Unbelievable. However, there is a side effect, and you're gonna have to live dangerously, if you want to do this. And it's your middle name is Danger. On the roll of a 1, the unit is wiped out. So this is a horrifically powerful spell that can heinously backfire on you. But I think it is worth it, especially when you're looking at things that have the demon keyword that you really want to get out there and start killing stuff. I think the Zangor Enlightened, they are a demon keyword. With this in tow to support them you're mean. That's mean right there, bringing back Zangor Enlightened like that. They have 4 wounds each, and you're bringing them back. Let's say you have a unit, if I'm going to use this and I'm going to try that, I take a unit of 6 Zangor Enlightened. It's not even that expensive for what they do. They hit like trucks. You know, you can send them in. They're very fast. You can send them and get them in the fray. They get struck back. Maybe they lose a bunch of guys. Nope, they're all back. You one lucky roll and they're all back. Like, that is absurdly powerful and works during pitch battle because it's returning models to a unit. It's not creating a new unit. Yeah, keep that one in your back pocket for a combo. That's a combo right there, or combo breaker. So, so I really like that one. And then the last one for change is Tzeentch's Firestorm. Tzeentch's Firestorm has a casting value of 9, so very tough. You're going to want to put this on your Lords of Change stuff that can cast very well. If successfully cast, pick a visible enemy unit within 18 inches of the caster. Roll 9 dice. For each 6 that you roll, the unit you picked suffers a D3 mortal wounds. So this one, it's one of those. Again, we're playing with the God of Fate. We're playing with the God of Dice here. You're relying on rolling that 6, but if you're feeling lucky, this is pretty good. You know, you got 9 dice, so your odds are you're going to get 1 or 2 6. 1 or 2 6s every time. Now, the thing about this one that I really like is it does D3 mortal wounds. You can use your Destiny dice because this is a wound roll. You know, it's a damage result. That's what this is. If you have a bunch of 5s in your Destiny pool, you can cast this. Hope you can't use it for the initial 6. Hope you get like 3 6s. You know, you get that really lucky roll, and then you're like, hey, look, I got 3 5s in my Destiny pool. That's 9 mortal wounds right there. I mean, that's brutality. I like it. And again, it's just a nice complement of damage output that we can do in the hero phase with spells and mortal wound, and just dishing out mortal wounds everywhere in this book. That seems to be Tzeentch's thing. So cool. So next up is, and I don't want to spend a ton of time on this because, you know, I don't want to spoil anything, but this is, you know, every one of these books is going to include a bunch of battle plans for you to play. This one's really cool, really fun, and helps you feel again like you're leading a Tzeentch incursion. And then the Skeins of Fate, another cool battle plan. I really encourage you to look at these. Maybe you're getting into just Age of Sigmar, and you just want to have fun with your buddies. You know, you don't have to jump into pitched battle tournament play all the time. Go to these, have some fun, set up some fun narrative missions with your buddies. Maybe you're playing like the Path to Glory, which we're going to get to here in a second. These missions are really cool for playing Path to Glory missions with your buddies, and, you know, or maybe in an escalation league or something like that. I highly recommend that. Those are really fun. And again, help you flesh out the fluff of your army and to do cool things like that. So, yeah. Like I said, Path to Glory. Here's the Path to Glory campaigns. Now, this is for those of you that don't know, maybe you're new to Age of Sigmar. The Path to Glory thing has been out for a while. I believe the first time we saw it, it came out when Age of Sigmar was first out for, I think it was the Advent calendar thing that they do in December. They did a Path to Glory for 40K with Chaos, and they did the Chaos Path to Glory that you could download as a supplement for Age of Sigmar. And what it was originally was this really cool kind of like escalating campaign way to play Sigmar. It's really fun. It's all laid out for a campaign with all the rules, so you don't have to like make any on your own, which I really like. And the way it works is you pick like your leader, and this is basically an addition to what the Chaos one was before. And in the General's Handbook, they fleshed out some of the other factions other than Chaos too. But it seems like they're going with this and adding that. But yeah, the way it works is, you know, you're going to pick your leader, your champion, your general. You know, so let's say you go with the Fate Master for your general. You can pick 5 other units. Now, you can either roll on this retinue followers table to see, you know, if you're really wanting to play like a really narrative campaign, you know, you're going to set up your warlord. I'm going to pick my Fate Master and come up with this name for him. And now he's going to get together his war band in some dark recesses of some city somewhere. So you come in and you say, okay, he's got 5 units I can choose. You roll a dice and you say, okay, maybe I rolled a 2. I get 10 Kairic Acolytes from my army. Maybe there's 2 3s in there, or a 3 and a 4. I get 20 Zangors in my army, 2 different units of 10. You know, 3 Zangor Enlightened, and you're building up your force randomly, and it really lends to the narrative, and you can come up with names for all of these units and reasons why they've joined your aspiring champion as on his path to glory here. Very cool. And you can get heroes, and they again, like I said, they have the rules all laid out for this. Super fun. We've been kind of dabbling in this for a while, but we haven't jumped into it really, but it's always something I really wanted to do. And I think here in the near future for Sigmar, because we have a lot of guys in our club that are just getting into it, I think this is the best way to get into it. You could even set it up as an escalation league. Like week 1, you have your champion and maybe 2 squads from over here to start the league. And then every month, people are going to add in another kit. And you can do it however you want, maybe random, or they just pick which units they want to add or which heroes they want to add to your army. And paint them up and go from there. Very easy to throw together escalation league. You play you every time you play a game, you earn glory points that then you can spend in different ways. So you could spend it on new units for your army, or you could upgrade the units you already have in your army. So your champion would be your general. He can get all these upgrades, and you roll on this table when you win a game. Or you could upgrade the units in your army. I think that's in there too. So, but yeah. Very cool. Checked out the Path to Glory. I highly recommend, especially if you're new, or even if you've been playing for a while and you just want a change of pace from tournament. Like I said, the real magic, the real love of the game is going to be found mostly and I guess it's my opinion, but in the fluff side. So, not to say that the competitive is bad. I love the competitive, but it can get tedious after a while, and you got to spend more money that way. This is a way you can use your army. No matter what you bought, no matter what composition it is, you just throw it out and have fun. So, cool. Now we're getting into some more meat and potatoes here. This is the War Scroll Battalion section, and why don't you have a seat? Go refill your drink, or if you're painting some models, clean out your water, because we're going into this section here, and we're going to really start fleshing out a lot of the tricks that you can do with the Tzeentch. Disciples of Tzeentch book. So the first section of War Scroll Battalions is going to be for the demons, okay? And the way the War Scroll Battalions work in Age of Sigmar, especially if you're new, is if you can look down here, it's called organization. So if you want to take the Warp Flame host, first thing you got to do is look in the back of the book, because there are point values on the last page for pitched battle play associated with taking all of these battalions. So normally you're going to see them in pitched battle play, but hold on one second, let me get to it so I can show you. So right here under demons, you can see at the bottom it calls War Scroll Battalion, and it has the points value associated with it. So that's where you find the points values. Now if you're playing open play, I think you can just take them without spending any points, but honestly, unless you're playing narrative, if you're playing an open play narrative style, you're not going to punch people in the face. So you don't really need any of these battalions for that, in my opinion, because they give you an extra layer of bonuses. And if you're getting them for free, it can get a little crazy with some of the stuff out there for open play. So just be aware of that. Make sure you talk with your opponent and say, hey, if I really do want to run a battalion in open play, make sure they're aware. Make sure they can counter it, because open play is all about setting up a fun game, making the magic happen instead of just murder training everybody. But in open play, feel free to take any of these, in matched play, feel free to take any of these and just go murder train away, because that's what's beautiful about competitive Sigmar, is everybody can get on that murder train. There's no factions that are really massively left behind when it comes to this stuff. There's stuff that everybody can do to be competitive, okay? So there you go. That's sidetracked again, but here we go. So if you're new, again, look at the organization. It's going to tell you exactly what you need to bring to fill out this battalion. So you'll pay the points for the battalion, and then you look in here and there's the units. So one Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch, you have to pay for that. That's not included in the 60 points or whatever it is you pay for the battalion. You would pay this for the battalion plus the Exalted Flamer, and then you got to take 3 or more units chosen in any combination from the following list. So you could take 3 more Exalted Flamers of Tzeentch, or an Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch, a Flamer of Tzeentch, and a Burning Chariot of Tzeentch. But yeah, 3 or more. And then when you do that, all of the units that are part of in this box, like everything that's in this box, gets this special ability. So that's how that works. And they have it for the whole game once you pay for it in the beginning. So they get the Storm of Demonic Fire. So great is the roiling tide of warp fire surrounding a warp flame host that to merely stand in close proximity to the demon is to risk being set alight. In each of your hero phases, roll a dice for each enemy unit that is within 9 inches of a unit from a warp flame host. On a roll of a 6, the unit being rolled for suffers a D3 mortal wounds. So warp flame host is another cool way to do an aura of mortal wounding on 6s. Just another way we can put out more damage and mortal wounds on top of all the things we've already talked about. And we didn't even get to the war scrolls themselves yet, the actual units. So very cool. Good thing to consider. And this one plugs into some other larger battalions that we're going to see later. So while that doesn't seem like it might be the greatest thing ever, it's a very cheap one to field, the Warp Flame Host. So I like that. The Multitudinous Host, I think that's how you say that. Multitudinous Host is 1 Herald of Tzeentch, 8 or more units chosen in any combination from the following list: Pink Horrors of Tzeentch, Blue Horrors of Tzeentch, and Brimstone Horrors of Tzeentch. Now, what you get if you take this is, and this is pretty stinking good, is in each of your hero phases, add D6 models to each unit of Pink Horrors and or Blue Horrors, and add D3 models to each unit of Brimstone Horrors. Okay, that's nuts. If you're playing open play, this is nutso. This is why you have to talk to your opponent, because in open play, you can just keep adding guys as long as you have models. Now, in matched play, I'm pretty sure, and again, correct me if you think I'm wrong, that you can only go up to the max size of the unit for this. But still, this is crazy for a crazy amount of durability. People come in and kill your demons, you're like, nah, 6 are back. 3 are back. Every single stinking turn, you don't even have to roll anything. There's just dudes coming back. And the other cool thing about this battalion is that the Pink Horrors are actually battle line units. So when you take them in this, let's say you're playing a 2,000 point game, you need to have 3 battle line units. If you take this battalion, you've got your battle line covered there, in the Pink Horrors. Now, if you do this one, you're going to need a lot of models, so just be aware of that. But very cool, good battalion. Dare I say, some people say it's an always take, but the Pink Horrors and the Brimstone Horrors and the Blue Horrors really are not damage dealers. Okay, so part of me says taking 8 units of them is too much. While this is super powerful and I like it, Tzeentch units are not cheap on point cost in match play. And taking Pink Horrors, taking Blue Horrors, and Brimstone Horrors, while you could flood the field, is going to create a nightmare gameplay-wise, and you're really not going to get that much bang for your buck, because they're weak units. They're basically just bodies that are out there, which I guess has its place, but it's not. I don't think that's the most effective thing we can do, but maybe some others will get some better usage out of it than what I'm seeing. So, okay, next up for demons is the Aether Eater Host, and what this is 1 Herald of Tzeentch on a Burning Chariot, 3 or more units chosen in any combination from the following list: the Blue Scribes, who's a named character, Herald of Tzeentch on a Burning Chariot, Herald of Tzeentch on a Disc, and Screamers of Tzeentch. Not a bad unit combination there. And the ability they get is Feed on Magic. And if a unit from an Aether Eater Host successfully unbinds a spell cast by an enemy model, they immediately heal D3 wounds, whilst an Aether Eater Host has 9 or more units in the battalion. So if you have 9 squads, you only need to take 3 or more. But if you have 9 units, including the Herald on the Burning Chariot, then you unlock. Then any units of Screamers from the battalion can attempt to unbind 1 spell in each enemy hero phase in the same manner as a wizard, and meaning they also heal the wounds that they've lost. So, I don't like this one. Like, what if you take this battalion? I don't like this at all. This is heavily dependent on what your opponent is taking. What if your opponent doesn't have any wizards? What if you play me and I'm playing my Khorne Bloodbound? We would literally laugh that you paid points for this to get, in my opinion, some of the more non-optimal units. I mean, there's not even any battle line in here. Yeah, well, they're good. I guess they're good. They're not non-optimal. That's a bad word for Sigmar. They have their place. They can do some work. But the combination that you're getting here, I don't like. It's a very expensive battalion unit-wise. And the bonus they get is just like, I'd laugh at you if I was Khorne Bloodbound. I don't have any magic. I don't have any wizards. So you just paid those points for no freaking reason at all, and that's the only thing you get from it. Aether Eater Host is a fail. I do not like that one. I wish they would come back and fix it to make it actually usable, because I like the premise, but it's not doing anything. It's not good enough for me. Yeah. Next up is the Change Host. And the Change Host is very cool. This is one of my go-to ones as demons. It's probably the one I'm going to be fielding the most often. This is an older one. This one's been out for a while, but they just kind of reprinted it for this book. So now it's like official, it's in its own book and everything. It's been out for a while. I've been playing with it for a bunch, and I really like the trickery involved in this one. So what does it include? Change Host is the Lord of Change. Love the Lord of Change. He's go-to general. 8 or more units chosen in any combination from the following list. Anything with the keywords Horror Hero, Exalted Flamers of Tzeentch, Pink Horrors of Tzeentch, Blue Horrors of Tzeentch, Brimstone Horrors of Tzeentch, Flamers of Tzeentch, Screamers of Tzeentch, and Burning Chariots of Tzeentch. So, this is a very good mix, and you see the difference between that one and the Aether Eater Host, as I was talking before. This one you can take the Change Host, and you can take the Pink Horrors in here. You can get your battle line out of this one too, so you can meet that requirement. It gives you a really good mix of all the units you're going to want to take if you're playing Tzeentch Demons. Screamers are phenomenal. I don't like having to buy all these Heralds over here for this other one, but in this one, Screamers are great, and we'll get to why. And the ability you get is Deceive and Dismay, and this is really cool and has a lot of applications. So basically, what it does is, in each of your hero phases, you may pick a pair of units from this battalion that are within 27 inches of the battalion's Lord of Change to swap places. To do so, take one model from each unit and have them swap places on the battlefield. Then remove all the other unit models from the two units and set them back up within 9 inches of the model from the unit that first swapped places. Whilst a Change Host has 9 or more units, which it has to start with 9 or more units, then 2 different pairs of units can swap places rather than only one. And whilst it is at 18 or more units, so the gigantic game, then 3 different pairs of units can swap places. Now, at first glance, you might say, what the heck is the point of swapping places? I don't get it. That doesn't seem very good. Well, I just want to point out some things that I've been using for this, the trickery of Tzeentch. This says Horror Hero right here. See that? Horror Hero. There's a shifty little guy in the Tzeentch army called the Changeling, who just so happens to be a horror hero. And the cool thing about the Changeling is the Changeling can actually be set up in the enemy's deployment zone. And as long as he stays 3 inches away from enemy heroes, they can't target him. They can't attack him. They treat him as part of their own army. He's like blending in with them. I hope you're seeing what I'm seeing here. You can put the Changeling back there if he's part of this battalion. As long as you get the Lord of Change, who can move 10 within 27 inches of the Changeling, you could swap the Changeling with, oh, gee, I don't know, like 9 Screamers could just appear on this anywhere. So you remember, you do this in the hero phase, okay? They would swap places with the Changeling, be on the other side of the board. Screamers are not slow. I believe they move 16. So they can then move 16, fly over some choice targets like a hero or something, and maybe inflict some mortal wounds and kill it. And then they can assault something else in the charge phase, and maybe a monster, because they are fantastic at taking down monsters, and just tear it to pieces. and your opponent will have no idea what's freaking happening because you just deceived the living hell out of them. Like it's amazing. It's totally fluffy. It's totally Tzeentchy. Deceive and Dismay is aptly named. Other applications of this excellent battalion. Let's say, pink horrors are not a very good battle line unit. They're overcosted. They can do some shooting. They're wizards. I'll give them that. And in this book, they get some more play. We'll get into that later with the extra spell. But, they're weak. They're not going to stand up to most other battle line units that they're going to run into. But one thing they are good at is they're an excellent speed bump. Well, a little expensive at it. But what you can do is, demons are all bravery 10, so they should be able to hold for a little while. Enemy comes in, they contact your screening wall of pink horrors. Maybe you even pick blues because they're cheaper for this purpose. They get into a round of combat with the enemy. Maybe they're getting beat up. You can substitute that unit of pink horrors with Lord of Change. Happens in the hero phase. That guy, the new Lord of Change, will now be locked with that unit that was locked before. Or can charge a unit that's, you can essentially extend the movement range of everything in this entire battalion by switching units around and getting them where you need to go. Making sure your shooting units are always in an optimal position to not be attacked by the enemy. I can't stress enough how strong this is. You can also, again, move your guys in the hero phase, especially your shooting units like your flamers, they're decently fast, but you want to make sure their powerful shooting is in range. You can move them, and you can move other wizards in the hero phase to get into range to then unleash a spell that they wouldn't be in range to unleash. Okay, that's a big deal. Moving and doing magic is a rarity in Age of Sigmar and is very, very powerful. So make sure that you check this out. The Change Host is fantastic. I'm sure there's 1.5 million more applications of this, but I love it. The Change Host, as a Tzeentch Demon player, that's been my favorite one, and I think it's going to continue to be. That's still my go-to. The Change Host is my number one right now. Okay. Next up is the Overseer's Fate Twister. Now, the Overseer's Fate Twisters is a great battalion. I almost originally thought, as reading through this, that this was the best battalion in this entire book, and maybe possibly best battalion I've seen so far. I love this battalion, but it has some drawbacks that I really don't like, which we'll get into here. So let's just go over it. So what is this thing? This is it's Overseer's Fate Twisters. It is comprised of 1 Lord of Change, love it, and 8 or more units chosen in any combination from the following list: Horror Hero, Exalted Flamers of Tzeentch, and Burning Chariots of Tzeentch. So now, Horror Hero, we can take a good mix of things. We can take all the Heralds that are available to Tzeentch. We can take the Changeling. You can take the Blue Scribes. And then you can get some really good damage output units with the Burning Chariots and the Exalted Flamers. They have excellent shooting attacks. So baseline, it's very strong. You're going to get a lot of magic power out of this. Lots of mortal wounds. Lots of shooting damage, okay, with inside those units. So I like that. But its major drawback, and why I think I'm not going to put it as the number one, is it doesn't have the battle line units in there. And as a Tzeentch player, you're going to find out very quickly that when things are wizards, when things have shooting attacks, when things move fast, they cost a lot of points. So points are at a premium for us, and having to spend them on all this stuff really, really adds up fast. Especially in lower point games, like the 1,000 points, 2,000 points, or low point games. At least they seem like I know that sounds crazy, but 2,000 points seems like it's going to start ending up being, a medium point game to low point game the way things are going recently. But yeah. Now, if you're playing high point games, this is number one for sure. You're going to want this every time. But what it does is abilities. The Will of Tzeentch. At the start of each of your hero phases, add 1 dice to your destiny pool, whilst at least 1 model from this battalion is on the battlefield. So you just automatically get another destiny dice back. That's phenomenal. Combo that with some of the spells that we saw earlier. Maybe you slap the Gaunt Summoner, because you can take this battalion and then just take a Gaunt Summoner if you have the points, and he could add another Destiny. So you could just spam in Destiny dice with that. You get 2 back a turn. Maybe you take some of the artifacts where you have another chance to get more back. So yeah, this is the Destiny. If you like the Destiny dice, you're gonna check this out. Now here's where it gets totally bonkers. Okay. So even though you're getting a free Destiny dice every turn, which is fantastic, this is the realm of craziness, what I'm about to tell you. In addition, you can choose to substitute dice rolls that you have already made with Destiny dice, whilst this battalion has 9 or more models. Okay, if you didn't catch that, what that allows you to do, as long as there's 9 or more units on the field in this battalion, you get to roll for things and then decide if you're going to use the Destiny dice, instead of saying, I'm just going to use my Destiny dice for this roll. I don't want to sound like a crazy person here, but that's lunacy. That's total lunacy. And allow me to show you why. If you take this battalion, then you have the extra points to take, 6 Zangor Skyfires with their bow and arrow disc riding guys. You can say, okay, let's do this. We got all our Destiny dice, and let's say we're rocking. We have 2 6s and maybe a 5 in there. So 2 6s and a 5 in our Destiny pool. Let's use these Zangor Skyfires. So what we're gonna do? They're near their shaman, so they're gonna hit on 3s, and we have a slew of 3s and 4s in our Destiny dice pool. We're gonna pick up our 6 bow shots. We're gonna roll the dice. They hit on 3s, so you're gonna hit the majority of them. Maybe you miss 2 on that roll. Cool, I missed 2. Well, I'm just gonna pick up the 2 3s that I have in my Destiny pool. Now they all hit. All 6 arrows hit. Or you could be particularly conniving and just use your 5s and 6s to make them do D3 mortal wounds automatically right there from that shooting. Or let's say on your dice roll you roll 2 5s. Or, 2 5s with their +1, and they're going to do mortal wounds from that. Then you say, well, I'm going to pick up another one of my 5s. So now you're talking 3d3 mortal wounds from that. But my favorite part is you can watch and wait and see, okay, let's make sure we use our lower Destiny dice pool to make sure we hit and wound with these guys. And then when it gets time to do damage, we use all of our Destiny dice, our 5s and 6s, to make sure we're maximizing the damage output of this unit, because they do D3 damage. So you pick all the 5s and 6s to make all of those D3s 3 damage automatically. And the best part is you can roll the dice, and maybe you'll come up with a couple 5s already, and then you can substitute the rest with the ones that you already have. It saves you Destiny dice and generates them and makes it absurdly powerful. The other thing is you could roll like a charge. Maybe you roll a 6 and a 1. So instead of using 2 dice to guarantee that 12-inch charge, you only need to use 1 dice to guarantee that 12-inch charge. Huge. Tons of application. Changes a lot of how you play your demon army. Very powerful. Plus, they also get something else, because why not? Why? I mean, you look at the Alltheurge host now, and you're like, why is this even a formation? It does nothing. It's got 1 ability. Now over here, you've got this crazy psycho formation that does everything. There's a little bit of disparity here. So Master of Fate. The Overseers are at the center of an intricate web of lies and deceit and are tasked with reading the skeins of fate to ensure the fruition of Tzeentch's multifarious plans. If the Lord of Change from this battalion is on the battlefield, then in each of your hero phases, you can choose to re-roll the result of one of the dice in your Destiny pool. Okay, so all the stuff we already talked about, you're getting 1 every turn. And now, if you roll crappy, you roll a 2, you got a 3 in there, you'd rather have a better roll, you can just freaking re-roll it and get it, and maybe you get a better roll. Horrifically powerful. This is the formation for the Master Manipulators. This makes it very, very strong. Love it. So, check that one out. The one here is the Omniscient Oracles. That's next. This one we're going to go through real quick, because it's... there's not a lot to it, and I don't really feel like people are going to field it much. It is Kairos Fateweaver and 3 Lords of Change. 3 Lords of Change. This is basically a 1,500 point army in a battalion, plus you got to buy the battalion. And what do they get for all those points and all those super powerful models in one battalion and buying 4 Lords of Change kits? Well, I could be better, but what they do get is essentially they know everything, and you can reroll any hit, wound, save, and run rolls of 1, as well as any dice rolls of 1 in a charge roll for models in this battalion. Okay. I mean, I guess that's good. But that ain't good enough for what you have to put that in. We're just going to cross that one out. I'm never using that ever. Okay. Cool. So now we get into a very cool section. This section here is these are battalions, but they're like meta battalions. Okay, these are battalions that are made up of other battalions. They're going to give you rules on top of the rules from the other battalions and on top of your unit's rules. So it's like 3 layers of rules. This is super cool and is going to expand a lot of the things that you can do. Now, they are very expensive, so if you do it, you're going to be committing to something. Okay. Now, earlier in the book, I talked about the different types of Tzeentch demon armies that are out there and the different flair and their motivations. This is those battalions now for gameplay rules on how to run the Eternal Conflagration. Very cool. If you want to go with that kind of theme, it's awesome. And if you read it, it's even cool. It's the Lord of Change that's leading this whole thing is called the Radiant Lord, and he's tasked with bringing fiery annihilation to those that would thwart the plans of Tzeentch. All must burn before the flames of change. I just love it. So sorry for getting carried away there. Hey, you gotta have fun, right? So what it is, it's another battalion, and this costs points too. So you gotta pay for this meta battalion, and then you gotta pay for all the battalions inside, and then you gotta pay for all the units inside. But it can be very worth it. Okay, so the first one is the Eternal Conflagration. It is 1 Lord of Change or Overseer's Fate Twisters. That's that super manipulative battalion we already saw. And 1 Warp Flame Host. And it says must contain at least 6 units in that Warp Flame Host. Cool. So this is like the shooty one. You're already going to have a lot of shooting attacks between that. But this is also, of these 2 meta battalions, this one is a bazillion times more expensive in points than this one. This one's a lot easier to field, but I don't think it's as powerful. But again, it's all about shooting fire and burning things. So if you like that, look at that. And then you have the option. You may also include 0 to 8 War Scroll battalions in any combination, and it's one of each of the ones we already went over. So you could take like 8 change hosts, or you could take a change host and a warp flame host, or you could take the multitudinous host and a change host, and then these things, and call it a day and get all this stuff. Again, the points really add up, but it's very cool, very fluffy. And then there's a super battalion if you're playing like N times level points here, like huge battles. If the Eternal Conflagration contains the maximum number of battalions, so it has 8 of these battalions in the list. Oh, and sorry, I forgot to mention you can take any number of additional Tzeentch demons just to add into this, so they're part of it. But anyway, if you have the max number of battalions, it gains the Destiny Preordained ability, which is on page 104, and it says it right there. So we'll go check that out. It's part of another Arcanite battalion, but you get it. And what it does is when you're generating Destiny dice at the start of the battle, you can choose. So instead of just rolling the 9 dice, you can choose 3 of them to be whatever you want it to be, and then roll the 6 remaining and add them to the pool. That's very cool. That's actually heinously powerful. You just choose 3 6s and then you roll the rest. You could end up getting, on average, you're going to have 4 6s in your Destiny pool just from doing that. But again, 8 War Scroll battalions, that is tons of points. We're talking in the 4,000 point range for some of this stuff, so maybe even higher. But again, it's something to work up to. I don't think that that's unachievable in the future. If you really like this, you really get into Sigmar, you keep expanding, playing those narrative games, building your demon host, and getting it to, epic proportions. I want to see that. I want to see you guys go out there, start your YouTube channel, and I want to see your epic war that you're having with your friends and expanding this to these huge 5,000 point mega armies. It's just super cool. Now, I do think a point to be made here, now noticing this, I think what we're in store for, because General's Handbook is going to be getting updated in the next year, I hear, from Games Workshop. I think they're going to be pushing larger points values on a lot of things by incentivizing it via stuff like this. They've been doing a lot of that. Even in 40K, they've been doing a lot of that. And I think we're going to start seeing higher point levels in Sigmar be the norm, or what GW is encouraging through their rules. So, anywho, what do you get if you take this? Pawns of the Radiant Lord. So when the Lord of Change can essentially channel his spells through any of the flamers from any of the flamers that are in this meta battalion on any of these. You can cast the Lord of Change's magic through them, like an arc node kind of thing, which I guess that's pretty cool. It gives him more power over the field. If you do this, though, I would like to see him have a good repertoire of spells that you want to sling, because he can only cast 2 a turn. So that's not the best ability in the world. But, maybe you want to take the Arc Sorcerer upgrade as if he's your general, to allow him to be able to put the clutch spells where you need him to be, and he basically can be all over the board casting spells. That's pretty cool. And then the Coruscanting Flames, yes, that's how you say it. Your opponent must subtract 1 from any hit rolls that target units of Flamers and Exalted Flamers of Tzeentch from the Eternal Conflagration in the shooting phase. And again, -1 to hit is great. This is fluffy. It's fun. It's cheap to run if you just do it in the minimums. It doesn't give the best bonuses, but again, if you take this, you're going to unlock more items, because this is a battalion. There's a battalion in there. That's 2, so you can take 3 artifacts for your army for doing that. So don't forget that. But very cool. This one, though, completely, utterly overshadows the Eternal Conflagration rules-wise. This is the Host Duplicitous, and this is something I am going to be working towards. I want to run this all the time. And why, you may ask? Well, let's get into it. Well, first of all, the guy that leads, the Lord of Change that leads the Host Duplicitous, is called the Phantom Lord. And that is flippin' cool. And I want to call my guy the Phantom Lord. What it is you can take 1 Lord of Change. You can take 1 Lord of Change, or the Overseer's Fate Twisters, which is a battalion we already looked at. And then you have to take a Change Host as well. So this battalion already off the bat you have to take 2 Lords of Change. And then the Change Host must contain at least 3 horror heroes. So you got your battle line up to 2,000 points knocked out right there. Well, I got to double check. I think it might even be up to 2,500 points. But yeah, so you definitely have a huge chunk of points going into this stuff, but it's all stuff that you like. 2 Lords of Change is 600 points, but this is 600 points well spent. You're going to be dishing out some damage. And not to mention, it'll look cool. I mean, it's called the Host Duplicitous. No wonder you have to have 2 Lords of Change. And then again, it's just like the other one. 0 to 8 War Scroll battalions in any combination of all the War Scroll battalions. Any additional Tzeentch demons. And if you have the max battalions, you get the Destiny Preordained ability that we already talked about. So what do you get for doing this? Why am I so psyched about it? Well, first of all, Glamour Smiths. When a wizard from this battalion rolls a 1 on any dice as part of a casting roll, count it as 2 instead. Okay, that's great, because usually we're going to start, you will be failing your casting rolls because you roll a 1. And that's just built in for every single stinking wizard in this entire meta battalion gets that bonus. Great. Little bonus is going to help. It gets you that +1 to cast all the time. You can't flub rolls as much, and I like that. Good. Next thing. All wizards belonging to the Host Duplicitous know the extra spell in addition to any others they know. And this spell is crazy good. It's called the, here we go, I'm going to see if I can say it right. The Scintillating Simulacra. That's how I'm going to say it. Scintillating simulacra. It just rolls off the tongue. I like that. And what it does, super cool. It's a casting value of 6. If successfully cast, pick an enemy unit within 18 inches of the caster. Until the start of the next hero phase, any successful hit and wound rolls your opponent makes for the unit you picked automatically fail. Conversely, any failed hit and wound rolls your opponent makes for them are automatically successful. Okay, this took me a little while. I had to look at this a couple times to be like, what the heck are they even talking about? Which is hilarious in its own right, because Tzeentch. But essentially what this is the greatest debuff in the entire game. And allow me to explain why. What you do with this is you say, oh look, you have a superhero that you've buffed to hit on 2s. I mean, Stormcast are going to flipping hate you if you have this, okay? Let's say they buff up, or I'm thinking the best guy to cast this on ever is the Maw Crusher or Godrak, because he hits on 2s with everything just innately, okay? If you cast this on him, every time he rolls a 2+ to hit, he automatically fails to hit and to wound. Automatically fails. He has to roll 1s to hit you. That's absurd. That is so strong. I don't even know how to explain that. People will not see this coming. People will hate you for this. This neuters units, especially powerful units, because powerful units usually hit better. So yeah, you wanna utilize that. Now, be careful where you cast it. You don't want to put it on weak units. You know, you don't want to. You could actually make somebody more effective at fighting instead of worse if you're not careful where you're casting that spell. But yeah, that's a good spell right there, and it has a multitude of applications. All right, here we are moving on to the Tzeentch Arcanite stuff. I know a lot of you have been patiently waiting to get into this new stuff with the Tzeentch Arcanites, and we're going to be moving into their War Scroll battalions now. So thank you for bearing with me. I know this is a really long review, but you know, I like to get it all out in one shot. So here we go. Tzeentch Arcanite War Scroll Battalion. First one up is the Arcanite Cult. Now, the Arcanite Cult is a large multi-battalion then this has been a theme that's been going on in most of the books, where they take, you know, they want to always have like to represent a large scale version of your force. Instead of just breaking it down into a lot of different mini forces, what would your army look like if it went to war in full, you know, with full colors, everybody's arrayed, full battle array? This is what's representing that in the Arcanite Cult. And it's pretty cool. You get one Arcanite Cabal, which is this. We're going to look at these battalions in a second, so just bear with me. You get 3 to 9 War Scroll battalions chosen from any of the Arcanite battalions that we're going to be looking at. And then 0 to 1 Kurthlings, 0 to 1 Gaunt Summoners, and 0 to 1 Alltheurge Thaumaturge. And like I said, it really is in this. This is here because it's going to show something to work up to. You know, it follows the fluff really well with all these different heroes that are going to be supporting, you know, this your army and how they all function. Now, this is really hard to play, especially in match play, because, you know, you can only. First of all, it's a crap ton of points, and then it has so many heroes requirement in it that you might not actually be able to field it in a normal, like, 2,500 point game, because you can usually only take, you know, 6 heroes. Maybe 2,500 you could take 8, so you might be able to fit it in. I don't know off the top of my head, but anyway, you got to check that kind of stuff, just because it's part of the battalion doesn't mean the battalion ignores the rules for matched play in any way. So, but what do you get for doing this? Well, these abilities that we're going to see here are things that you unlock through these meta formations if you take these, so they're kind of prevalent throughout the book. So I just wanted to make sure we check them out, because you might be seeing them in some other places. The first one is a Destiny Preordained. When Tzeentch's armies are unleashed in their full might, it is to fulfill a purpose that the Change God has long foreseen. When generating your Destiny dice pool at the start of the battle, you can choose the results of 3 of the dice before rolling the remaining 6 dice as normal. Wow. Very strong, because you just say, bam, 3 6s. And we looked at that before, but awesome. Destiny Preordained is very powerful. And you also get Strength and Conviction. Add 1 to the bravery of all models in the Arcanite cult. So everybody in all of these battalions gets 1 bravery, which is big, which is nice, because Tzeentch Arcanites do have low bravery, and that's something that can help make it up. But again, it's kind of tough to take. It is good bonuses. You know, if you're going to be playing in a large game or a thematic game, I could recommend it. It's great, but it's going to be hard to get. So now let's get into some more of the nuts and bolts battalions that you're going to be using a lot. Okay, so the first one up here is the Arcanite Cabal. And this is kind of like a command cabal that has... what it is 3 to 9 units chosen any combination from the following list. And it is... the Fate Master, the Magister, or the Zangor Shaman. And it's all heroes. And a lot of times this Arcanite Cabal is used in the larger meta formations that we'll look at. You have to take the Arcanite Cabal because it represents, your leadership. And again, from a fluffy standpoint, I love this. This is great because, when you're building your warband, you could say, hey, I want to make... a Zangor Shaman be the leader here that's coming together and pulling together this entire cult. And maybe he has coerced or enslaved some other wizards like the Magister, which you can see pictured there in the middle, to work beside him. Or maybe like in his travels, he saved the life of a great hero that has now... he's decided, since he saved him, he owes him a life debt. And this great silent warrior, chaos warrior type guy has come alongside the Zangor Shaman and is protecting him until his dying breath. And that could be represented as like a Fate Master who's now taken on the blessing of Tzeentch or something like that. So very cool. I like it. Or you could even take 3 Magisters and kind of make like it'd be really cool to model kind of like the 3 witch battalion. I guess that's Shakespearean a bit. 3 witches that are kind of running this cabal, and you could model them all separately and call them Magisters and play them as that. That would be super, super cool. And the fluff, again, is just so rich, and it allows you the freedom to do that, which is great. But yeah, what do you get if you take this? You get Masters of the Cult. The Cult's Masters wear Tzeentch's favor like a mantle. After setup, pick 1 model from this battalion to be the Master of the Cult. Each time you use Destiny dice to predetermine a dice roll for the Master of the Cult. For the Master of the Cult. Roll a dice, and on a roll of 4, 5, or 6, you may roll another dice immediately and add it to your Destiny pool. Super cool. And this doesn't have to be your general, right? This is just the Cult Master. So you can pick another model if you like to have the command abilities like we looked before to make him your actual general. And then if you are going to have a guy that you really want to be using your Destiny dice, you have it be him, and you're going to be replacing those Destiny dice 50% of the time. Great. Awesome. Very good for assassins or spellcasters or whatever. Again, going the fluffy route, you could also make that your general. Now your general, with all his buffs, also is going to be helping you in your Destiny dice. Very cool. Then there's the Cabal of Sorcerers. With their powers combined, they form Captain Tzeentch. No, sorry, that was a bad joke. But yeah, Cabal of Sorcerers. With their powers combined, the sorcerers of an Arcanite Cabal are far greater than the sum of their parts. Each model from an Arcanite Cabal that is within 9 inches of at least 2 other models from the same battalion in your hero phase can attempt to cast 1 additional spell. Wow, that is fantastic. We have access to lots of spells as Tzeentch, but believe it or not, some of these wizards are very limited in how many spells a turn they can actually cast. So even if they know stuff, they can only still cast 1. A Magister can only cast 1 spell. He's got a special ability that maybe lets him do more, but yeah, so the ability to cast another spell is a very, very efficient and powerful thing for a wizard. So taking him here, you take 3 Magisters, instead of casting 3 spells, now you're casting 6 spells. Like, that's huge. That's awesome. So this is a great thing, and I love that it's the core for some of our larger battalions because it's a very good core. The demons kind of suffer from having a good core, but the Arcanites, they got a great core there. So love it. Okay, next up, and I really, really like this one. Really like this one. The Alltheurge Coven. Okay, so what this is one unit of Kairic Acolytes, and one unit of Zangors, and one unit of Zangor Skyfires. Okay, all these units are great. The Acolytes, we'll get to it when we do their War Scroll review in a bit, but they're okay when used in this using this formation. I don't like the Acolytes as much just on their own, but I love them in these battalions. I love the bonuses they can give because, as we'll see here, if we check it out, the boon of mutation. In each of your hero phases, roll a dice for each enemy unit that is within 3 inches of a unit from the Alltheurge Coven. On a roll of a 6, the unit being rolled for suffers a D3 mortal wounds. If any models are slain in this manner, they are blessed with mutation and transmogrified into a Zangor. If they're already a friendly unit of Zangors, or a friendly Zangor unit within 6 inches of the slain model's unit, add the Zangor to the unit. Otherwise, set it up as a new unit within 6 inches of the slain model's unit. This is great. So not only are we seeing this aura of mortal wound ability on all the units that are in this formation, and these are great because they're going to be frontline battle units. Acolytes want to be up there in midfield shooting spells and supporting the Zangors. And the Zangors are an excellent battle line unit. So they're going to be up there. They're going to be affecting things. And if it goes off, you're going to see models being replenished to the Zangor unit that you have. Okay? And this is just fantastic because Zangors are pretty expensive. They're a pretty expensive choice. But this allows you to get them back. They have 2 wounds. Everyone that comes back is a 2-wound model that comes back. And it works in matched play because... And you're going to have to be sure when you're playing match play, you're careful. When you add units to an existing unit, you can go back up to their starting size. So after they lose some guys, you can add them back. That works in matched play. But creating a new unit on the field of Zangors will not work in matched play. So you have to make sure you check your positioning. Make sure to get the most bang for your buck out of this ability. You're being smart with your movement. So, but yeah, great. It's a great formation, and it takes prominence in one of the... this comboed with one of the things we're going to look at in a bit makes this Alltheurge Coven very, very, very interesting. Very good. Okay, next up is the Witchfire Coven. And the Witchfire Coven is very cool. It's a shooty formation. Excellent. This is how you're going to get the most use out of your Kairic Acolytes. Make them actually something good on the table instead of a mediocre, in my opinion, overpriced unit. This helps their high cost make sense when you factor this in. So yeah, when you buy this battalion, what do you get? You get 2 units of Kairic Acolytes, and you get 1 unit of Zangor Enlightened. Okay, the Enlightened are awesome. They're a bit of a tax in this, but as a good unit, I don't really consider them tax. So what bonus do we get here? Masters of the Weird Flame, Averred Flame, or however you want to say it. The Kairic Acolytes that form a Witchfire Coven are the cult most skilled at conjuring the flames of change, able to assail their foes with a relentless bombardment of eldritch fire. You can make a sorceress bolt attack with each Kairic Acolyte model from a Witchfire Coven in each of your hero phases. Okay, what does that mean if you're kind of confused? The Kairic Acolytes are a battle line unit. They're a medium strength unit. They're pretty much your standard man type unit in melee. But they also have what many battle line units lack is a ranged attack, and these guys have it. So each model can fire 1 shot that hits on a 4 if you take the proper upgrades and wounds on a 4. So now I know it says 2 units of Kairic Acolytes, but they could be as big as you want them to be within the restrictions. So they could be 2 20-man squads of Kairic Acolytes that are going to be shooting their bolt attacks at 18-inch range once in the hero phase, and then again in the shooting phase. They can shoot twice a turn. This really makes up their points and can really put out the damage. Now, it's not a hefty amount of damage, but it's enough that you can, over the course of the game, attrition down things, and I love it. The Witchfire Coven is great. It's one of the ones when I'm playing Arcanites, I'm going to make sure that if I'm taking Acolytes, I want them to be part of the Witchfire Coven. Very good. Cool. So, moving on to the next one, the Skyshol Coven. Very, very powerful, this one, and I think it's going to get a lot of play. This is going to be a favored. So, it's one unit of Zangor Enlightened, and they must be mounted on Discs of Tzeentch, which, I mean, you friggin' want them mounted on Discs of Tzeentch all the time, so that's no big deal. It doesn't even cost more points, so, yeah. 2 units of Zangor Skyfires, and what do you get for that? Well, you get the most fantastic word ever. You get the scintillating attack run. Scintillating attack run. And what this does is it essentially gives all the units in this battalion gain an extra 9-inch move in the hero phase before they move. This is unbelievably strong. Okay? So they're going to move 9 inches in the hero phase. They're going to move 16 inches in the movement phase, and then they could charge. And if you use the Destiny dice, 12 inches. I mean, this is they're anywhere they want to be, doing whatever they want to be. And the other bonus here, and that's specifically for the Zangor Enlightened as a melee unit, their speed is second to none. It might actually be the fastest unit in the entire game. And there's so many applications for it. Now, when they do that hero phase move, what they get is after a unit moves in this manner, you can pick an enemy unit that it moved across. So during the hero phase move, if you fly over something, for each model in the Skyshol Coven unit, roll a dice. For each roll of 6, the unit it moved across suffers a mortal wound. So again, now you're putting out more damage potential, and the big thing is getting the extra movement to be wherever you want to be. And this even benefits the Skyfires, because while they're fast, they have their 24-inch bow range. With this ability connected to their innate fast movement, I'm pretty sure no one will ever catch you. I mean, they're going to have to use some serious tricks to get to your Skyfires as a ranged unit with a 24-inch range. You could always be at 24-inch range, always be placing guys where you need to be to snipe those key units, to put out that damage while minimizing return fire. Okay? Now, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but just to help you visualize how this is effective. One of the most powerful enemy units you're going to come up against, and you will come up against it because it's a absurdly broken unit. Okay, broken, it's a strong word. I'm just annoyed by it. Let's put it like that. Very strong unit is the Skaven Warpfire Thrower, or the Warpfire Cannon. Okay? The Warpfire Cannon basically doesn't roll anything. It just inflicts mortal wounds on you, and they don't even have to roll any dice. It's absurd. I wish it would have been on a 3+ or a 4+ like everybody else's weapons, but no. If you're in 24 inches of a Warpfire Thrower or a Warpfire Cannon, you just start taking mortal wounds. And a lot of guys like to take multiples of these things. Now, their one thing is they have 24-inch range, which your Skyfires do as well. So if they have 2 or 3 of these Warpfire Cannons set up in a row in their back line, your Skyfires can line up to the side of the line of the Warpfire Cannons, exactly at 24 inches for all these models, and they can snipe off the one from the one side. Okay? Now, naturally, your opponent's going to want to shoot back at them to stop you from doing that. But if you position wisely with your huge movement that you're getting, those cannons can only move 3 inches. They won't be able to get close enough to fire back to kill your Skyfires. And you can just take down all of their Warpfire throwers with your Zangor Skyfires, and not even, because, I mean, the Zangor Skyfires are pretty deadly at range. I'm thinking like a unit of 6 of them or so is going to take down a Warpfire thrower every time they shoot. So, especially if you're throwing Destiny dice in there, make sure it happens. Huge. So, the ability to harass and kill the enemy without reprisal, second to none. Skyshol Coven, highly recommend. Okay? Alrighty. Next up is the Zangor Coven. The Zangor Coven is, and I've already talked about some ones that you heard me say that they're good. This is my favorite. Okay? It's the other ones aren't bad because this one's good. That doesn't negate those. Everybody's happy here. We're all one big happy Zangor family. But this one is my favorite. I love what you can do with this Zangor Coven. Okay? What it is it is 1 unit of Zangors. Oh, sorry there. Yeah, it's 1 unit of Zangors, 1 unit of Zangor and Enlightened, and 1 unit of Zangor Skyfires. And what you get in this phenomenal thing is a little thing called the Aspirant Gorkin. In this unit of Zangors from a Zangor Coven, excuse me. If the unit of Zangors from this Zangor Coven is within 9 inches of the battalion's unit of Zangor Enlightened or Zangor Skyfires at the start of your hero phase, they may pile in and attack as if it were the combat phase. Wow. So this is some of the most powerful abilities in Age of Sigmar, are these things that allow you to attack twice. Pile in and attack twice in a turn. Is absurdly powerful. If the unit of Zangors is within 9 inches of both of these units at the start of your hero phase, so both the Enlightened and the Zangor Skyfires, then you can also add 1 to their wound rolls when they attack in this manner. Wow. Fantastic. Now, I have to tell you, and we haven't gotten to it yet, but the reason why this is absurdly fantastic is Zangors that are in range of a Zangor Shaman, I believe it's the Shaman, are already getting +1 to their wound roll. If you take the unit of Zangors in this, not only are they attacking twice, but when they do the hero phase pile in and attack, they will be having +2 to wound if you're near your Shaman, which you should always be near your Shaman. That's very strong, very powerful. Yeah. And they also get, because they're not done yet, Ferocious Fighters. Vicious beak attacks made by the models from a Zangor Coven wound on a 4 instead of a 5. That's awesome, because now that stacks with the +1 to wound. So the Zangor unit itself is getting +2 to wound with their secondary weapon. This is a big deal. And I say this because Zangors are one of the most powerful battle line units you can get. I would stack Zangors up against anything, even elite units. I can see a large enough squad of Zangors, properly buffed, just tearing a unit of Iron Guts in half. I would wager them against Iron Guts, especially since they're faster. Well, depending on the destruction abilities, but Zangors are fast. Zangors hit like a truck, and with this, they're going to attack twice, which unbelievable amount of power from that. Plus, they just function so well as a large unit already. They get some great buffs for being a large unit. What I'm recommending for this, you take the Zangor Coven and you run it max size 30. The Zangor unit in this should be a 30-man unit of Zangors. Okay, I know that's 3 boxes you have to buy, but it is well worth 30 Zangors. That's 60 wounds of Zangors that are terrifyingly strong, especially in this Zangor Coven, and especially if you add all the bonuses that we've talked about before. This is huge. Plus the supporting units for this, the Enlightened and the Skyfires, are heavy hitters. They are snipers. They are surgeons. They're going to be and do what you want them to do. Extremely powerful, and I can highly recommend the Zangor Coven. Cool. So that's the basic battalions that you get with the Arcanites. And next we're getting into their meta battalions like we looked at with the demons. So it's fun. It's set up the same way. So it's not even a surprise. I'm not going to get into too much detail. You know, it's 2 things you must take plus 0 to 8 of the battalions we just talked about, and any number of additional Tzeentch Arcanite units. And if you have at least 3 covens, so if you take 2 of these and you have the coven that comes with it, the entire super cult will gain the Destiny Preordained and Strength and Conviction abilities that we talked about from the what's it called? The Arcanite cult. Okay, so it basically makes it an Arcanite cult. I mean, these 2 are so good, and they're essentially the same thing as this Arcanite cult, that I don't see you ever needing to take the actual Arcanite cult. Like, if you want the Arcanite cult's abilities, they're built in here, and you get more on top of it. So I would just go with this. So the first one is the Cult of the Transient Form. unbelievably cool fluff. This is a bunch of cultists that worship the change aspect of Tzeentch. Their goal is to be mutated as much as possible. They seek the mutation. They see it as a divine blessing from their god and the favor of their god. And they will do anything they can to be transformed into Zangors or spawns or beasts or whatever, be infused with. It's just super cool backstory, and you could make some really cool fluff for it. So what do you do? What do you need here? Okay, so Cult of the Transient Form. You need an Arcanite Cabal, so your leaders, and we like that one. And then here's where the Alltheurge Coven comes in. You need one Alltheurge Coven, and it says the Zangor unit, the Zangors in that unit must contain at least 20 models. Me personally, like you already heard me say, I like the 30 because they're effective in the 30. What do you get if you do that? You get the Change Gift. Roll a dice each time a Kairic Acolyte from the Cult of the Transient Form is slain. On the roll of a 6, they are blessed with new life and are transmogrified into a Zangor. If there is already a friendly Zangor unit within 6 inches of the slain model's unit, add the Zangor to that unit. Otherwise, set it up as a new unit within 6 inches. We've seen that before. In addition, roll a dice each time a hero from the Cult of the Transient Form is slain, and on a 6, they are reborn into a horrific chaos spawn. Set it up and blah, blah, blah. That one won't come into effect because of matched play a lot of times, but it's cool. But the first one there, this is huge. So anytime a Kairic Acolyte dies, which if you're running this, you almost want them to die, because whenever they die, they could potentially resurrect Zangors from your main Zangor fighting unit, like I talked about with that big 30-strong unit. My recommendations here would be take the Alltheurge Coven, because you have to. That has the unit of Zangors in there. Okay, you have to be 20, and I like that. I would bump it up to 30. Well, maybe keep this one at 20. And again, this battalion is going to get big. And I will talk lists here at the end after I go through the review. But I want the Zangor Coven in here so I can get that super ultra buffed 30 block of Zangors. And then flank it with the Kairic Acolytes that you're going to get from this battalion. And just have them on each side of this Zangor blob. Send the Zangor blob in as soon as you can. Send the cultists up beside it. Super buff the Zangor blob so that they're durable. And have the cultist die. And what ends up happening is every time a cultist dies, on a 6, you get a Zangor back from your big block. And then this combos with the Alltheurge Coven's buff that's already there, where they're doing the aura mortal wounds that also give them Zangors back on a 6. Then consider if you have a Zangor Shaman following around the major block, his spell also can create 3d3 more. It kills enemy models and transforms as the enemy models into Zangors that can be added to your big Zangor block. This is crazy. This is like you're making Zangors everywhere. It's Zangor Palooza. You can make more Zangors potentially, depending on the rolls here. You can get more Zangors back than a skeleton horde can get guys back. Zangors are not skeletons. Zangors are mighty models compared to skeletons. Getting them back is extremely powerful. Now, this is very, very expensive. It costs a lot of points to run this whole thing because you have to take a lot of covens. You have to take a lot of units, but I like it. It's a very powerful upgrade when you do spend that many points. So check out the Cult of the Transient Form, and maybe you can come up with even more cool combinations. Cool. So next up is the other of the named Tzeentch Arcanite cults, and that is the Pyrophane cult. Very cool. This one's all about shooting. It's all about firing magic everywhere. And it's got, again, the same setup as the other one of the meta formations. And what you have to take is you have to take the Arcanite Cabal with your leaders, one of the Witchfire Covens, and each of the units of the Kairic Acolytes must be at least 20 models. And remember, the Witchfire Coven lets them shoot twice in the hero phase, or it lets them shoot in the hero phase and shoot in the shooting phase at 20 models, which, if you're taking that, you wanted to do that anyway. So here we got no taxes so far, and I really like it. You could slap in another Witchfire Coven into this one, and I'll explain to you why that gets really cool in a bit. Any number of unit of Tzeentch Arcanites, and again, take 3 covens and unlock the cool Destiny dice upgrades. So what do you get for the Pyrophane Cult? You get Arch Pyromancers. You can add 1 to the wound rolls of Sorcerous Bolt attacks made by Kairic Acolytes from the Pyrophane Cult. So that's any of them in that entire huge meta thing, for each other unit from the battalion that attacked the target with Sorcerous Bolts earlier in the same phase. For example, if 2 Kairic Acolyte units from the Pyrophane Cult had already targeted a unit with Sorcerous Bolts, you could add +2 or add 2 to the wound rolls for the 3rd unit that did so, and so on. Up to, obviously, in match play, you can only get a 1s always fail, so up to a 2+. This is fantastic because it says that attack the target earlier in the same phase. This triggers with the hero phase shot, and it works with the shooting phase shot. And if you take 2 of those Witchfire Covens, that is a lot of shooting. Tons of shooting. Now, Kairic Acolytes go down pretty easy, but you can give them the shields, you can give them some buffs. This is the best way to get usage out of if you want Kairic Acolytes and you want to make a cult uprising type army. This is the best way to run them, in my opinion. It's really, really, really going to amplify the damage they put out, which helps them do more heavy lifting than they normally do. Okay. Now, you also can get other things, which is great. So all the wizards in a Pyrophane Cult also know the following free spell, which is great. Flickering Fires of Tzeentch has a casting value of 7. If successfully cast, pick a visible enemy unit within 18 inches of the caster. That unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. In addition, roll a dice for each enemy unit within 3 inches of the unit you picked. On a roll of 4 or more, the unit being rolled for also suffers D3 mortal wounds. Awesome AoE power. It's like an arcane bolt that hits multiple units on one cast. Like, that's great. One wizard can affect multiple units, and then it also can shoot Arcane Bolt. So this is very strong, especially if you clog them up with your Acolytes. You can start slinging that from any of the wizards you have in your battalion, and really start dishing out the Mortal Wound Pain. I really like it. So both of these are winners. Both of these are great, and I think you pick the one that, again, is going to fit your fluff the most. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, we're coming down to the wire here. We're getting towards the end, and we're at the War Scrolls section. Yay! So this is actually, finally, we're getting into the actual units that we have available here in the book. So, now, here's what I'm going to do for this section. Because all of these War Scrolls are available for free through the amazing Games Workshop Age of Sigmar app, which, if you don't have it, you really need to get the app. Because it's got all of these for free in there. You don't have to buy this book to see these rules. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to waste any of your time by going through, what their hit and to wound things are and what the because you can see that. Okay. What I'm going to do when I go through this unit review is I'm going to look at their special abilities and pick out the things and point out the things that I think are great and the ways that you can use these War Scrolls. And I'll let you do the reading at home on your own time to get the details if you want to look into it. So now I might cover a little bit, but that's my goal, to just speed up this review here. So first up, we got the Lord of Change. Okay, so the Lord of Change is the big demon, has the new beautiful models. Love him. Okay, now how would I go about using the Lord of Change if I'm playing Tzeentch demons? Okay. Well, I can also see you adding him in an Arcanite. He's a great general all around, okay? Why is he a great general? Why do I like him? Well, he's been buffed recently to have a sword. You can take him in... okay. So, I gotta explain this, especially for people that are new. I want you to read this. Every War Scroll has a description section that specifically... and is specifically worded how you're allowed to equip each model. So just because you have weapon profiles up here doesn't mean you can use all of them at the same time. You have to read here to specifically say what you can do. For example, the Lord of Change is a single model. It carries a Staff of Tzeentch and either a Baleful Sword or a Rod of Sorcery. Okay? Alternatively, it can carry a Staff of Tzeentch and tear out its foes with its curved beak and wicked talons. So what does that mean? First thing to notice, it says a Lord of Change. is a single model. You have to look at the verbiage here and the wording. A Lord of Change means it's not a unique model. If it said the Lord of Change is a single model, that's important because you can't take artifacts or command abilities for unique models, like named models. Like, for instance, Kairos Fateweaver is a single model, is different than a Kairos Fateweaver is a single model. You have to check that out because the meaning is important there. So the Lord of Change can take artifacts, whereas Kairos Fateweaver cannot. And I believe it says that some other places, but for some of the older ones, make sure you check that. Now, it says it carries, what it means by what I read before is he can either have the Staff of Tzeentch and a sword, or the Staff of Tzeentch and the Rod of Sorcery, which is the shooting weapon, or he can have the Staff of Tzeentch and the curved beak and wicked talons. He cannot take all of them at the same time. So you have to choose when you're building your model. It matters when you build your model. At all of our events, this is why we heavily and strictly enforce what you see is what you get models in building, because it matters, because there's no points to buy these upgrades. So whatever you build your model with is what they have. So now you can obviously talk to your friends and to test things out, and we do that. It's fine for proxying for practice, but when it comes to specific events, we do heavily enforce the WYSIWYG because you want your opponent to know what you are fighting against. And again, it comes back to the love of the game. Are you there just to crush your opponent with your optimized builds? Or are you a lover of the hobby? Are you a lover of the game? Do you invest yourself in the models and construction of it? And I think that's important. I do. So, okay. Sorry for my rant. We'll get back to here. And it's the first one, so I had to get it out of the way. What does he get? Why is the Lord of Change great? He's an excellent general and spellcaster because he has the mastery of magic, and it gives him, whenever he tries to cast or unbind a spell, he can change you roll 2 dice and he can change the lower one to match the higher one. This is absurdly powerful. Okay, this is mastery of magic. That is very strong, and you can combo that with very cool command abilities that we talked about before, where he's going to be a very, very effective unbinder. You want him to be the one trying to unbind spells. And he can unbind and cast 2 spells a turn. I think, it says it right there. So pick the 27-inch unbind range command ability for him. And then you'll be able to shut down the enemy magic. And if he rolls a 9 or more when he does that, he learns the spell being cast and can cast it in subsequent turns. And his command ability as the general, he can do this in addition to his command trait, gives him +1 to all cast and unbinding rolls, and it does it to him and all Tzeentch demon wizards in 18 inches of the Lord of Change. This guy, he's the best general we can take as the faction of Tzeentch. He supports, buffs everything that we do, and buffs all the other wizards around him, making them much more reliable when they cast. And he's got 14 wounds, and he's a beat stick in melee. Like, his sword does 3 damage. So, how would I equip this guy? I'm looking at, I want him to have the 27-inch range unbind. I want him to be the general so I can get the command ability. And I want him to have the artifact that gives him either +1 rend or the +1 damage on his shooting weapon staff. I like, those are the 2 that I'm going for with most of the Lords of Change, and use him that way. And he also has a very, very powerful spell called the Infernal Gateway that just pours on mortal wounds. This guy's clutch. He's going to be the centerpiece of your army on the table, and in the rules, he's a beast. So, Lord of Change, very good, very good. Now, Kairos Fateweaver is also a Lord of Change, but he costs more than this other one over here. I believe the Lord of Change is 300 points. Kairos Fateweaver is 340 points. Similar profile, yet not as good. His spell's not as good. He doesn't have the spell thief thing. He doesn't have a command ability at all. So no army buffing from this guy. You can't take command traits. You can't take artifacts. What he does get is Oracle of Eternity. Once per battle, you can change the result of a single dice roll to the result of your choosing. However, you cannot use it to change the battle, to see who takes the first turn in a round of battle, which is like the only thing you would even want to use it for. Kairos is trash. He used to be a lot better than this, but with this book he was nerfed, and I see no reason to take him at all. He's vastly inferior to the Lord of Change. Vastly inferior and more expensive. It's a real shame because the model's beautiful, but I gotta be honest, I don't think you're ever going to see him on the table. I don't think he brings anything to the table at all anymore, and it hurts my soul to say that, but it's true. Okay, so next up is the Herald of Tzeentch on a Burning Chariot. Okay, and the Burning Chariot, when you take it over and actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. There's different types of Heralds of Tzeentch. Okay, so there's on the chariot, there's on the disc, and then there's the one on foot here, the Herald of Tzeentch on foot. What I'm going to do is they're basically all the same, but whatever ride they're on actually changes their profile and the spell that they cast a little bit. Okay, so we're going to go over what makes them the same. What makes them the same is they suck in melee. You can either take the Staff of Change or the Ritual Dagger on all of them, and then depending on their mount, like the Burning Chariot is the best mount. It has a lot of cool attacks. It's basically 2 Screamers. He's riding on 2 Screamers, which is great, and they do a lot of damage, but you're going to pay out the nose. I think this guy's 200 points. That's a lot, and he's got 8 wounds. He's very fast at 14-inch move, and he can fly over units and do mortal wounds like Screamers, and even more effective like a Burning Chariot can do mortal wounds when he goes over the unit. On a 4 or more does D3. Very cool. And then all heralds get the Arcane Tome, so once per battle you can roll 3 dice instead of 2 for a casting attempt and add them all together, which is great. You know, that's awesome. Once per game you're going to really have a good shot to get off the spell that you want. Now, what you get is you get the Tzeentch's Firestorm as his unique spell, and the Tzeentch's Firestorm, it's okay. It's a high cast value at 9. But it hits all enemy units in 9 inches. If the result is 4 or more, they take D3 mortal wounds. So it's a nice AoE. It's a nice, powerful, strong spell. And you can imagine comboing this with the Pyrophane Cult that we were looking at before. And now you have some seriously huge AoE mortal wound abilities. It's great. But be aware that this guy is weak. He only has a 5-up save base. You're going to have to keep him safe. Use his movement to your advantage. He's a little pricey, but I like him. If you want that route, it's not a bad route to take. It's good. I personally don't think I'm going to be going for the Herald of Tzeentch on Burning Chariot, but I could see him weaseling his way in sometimes, depending on if I need, if I want more AoE in my list. Now, the Herald of Tzeentch and the Tzeentch Herald on foot are actually the same point cost. I think they're 120. And the real difference here is the one on the disc is faster and gains some melee. You know, he's got the 16-inch move, which is great. But his spell, the Tzeentch Herald's spell, is horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Because his unique spell is so bad, I kind of think that the one on the disc is not worth it. Now, how could we make him worth it if you really want to run it? What I would do, he can only cast 1 spell a turn. I would make sure you're going to use him as a buffer, a backfield buffer, because you can use his speed to fly around and be where you need him to be and buff. But other than that, he's really not going to net you anything. I don't like the Herald of Tzeentch on the disc, but the Herald of Tzeentch on foot, I really like. This is the most basic one. His weakness is he doesn't have a lot of wounds and he's got a bad save, and he doesn't do anything in melee. But he still has the Arcane Tome. And I think, yes, he has an extra ability that the other ones do not have, because I guess he's on foot, so they gave, they wanted to have some mercy on him. If you roll a 9 or more for a Herald of Tzeentch casting roll, you can attempt to cast an additional spell. That's great. That makes him way better than the other ones in a lot of ways. And his unique spell, the Pink Fire of Tzeentch, is way, 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 way better. It's just a D6 mortal wound shot at 18 inches. That's very strong. Very cool. Now, it is a cast value 9, which is going to be tough. But again, you have the once per game tome to buff that. If you combo him, stand him near the Lord of Change to get the +1. I mean, now you're talking. Like, you could also combo him standing with some of the other abilities that we looked at to let you re-roll the ones that you roll when you're casting. That'll help him get these high level powers off. So I like this. I like that he can cast additional spells, which really helps us, with picking the other demon spell from the Lore of Change to get on the field and use them. And he's very good for the Mystic Shield and the Arcane Bolts. He's just back there. He's good. He's one of those heroes that he will be ignored most of the time, even though he's a wizard and can put out damage, which is great because we have a lot of other bigger threat wizards, and he can kind of hide under the radar. In fact, if you're especially tricky, you can have him stand near your pink horrors, and hopefully your opponent, it blends in, all that sea of pink, and they don't see him. They don't. So yeah, that's another tactic, even though it seems kind of cheesy. You're not really cheating. It's just the optical illusion, It's the illusionist tactic. Maybe they won't see him in the sea of pink. But make sure he's distinct enough that he doesn't look exactly like the other pink horrors. You don't want to be shady, but hey, if we can pull off the illusion, we should go for that. So, all right, and next up is a horror hero, and it's the named one, and I kind of already talked a little bit about him, but we'll go into some more detail here. It's the Changeling. Okay, the Changeling is a very, very strange hero, but has a lot of application for Tzeentch, and pretty much embodies everything that we want to do if you're going to be the Tzeentch general. The Changeling has it, and he's great. He's great. So his main thing is the Arc Deceiver. You can set him up in the enemy territory, and they could, as long as there's, and they can't target him with anything. They can move within 3 inches of him, just like he's a unit in their own army. And they can't do anything unless an enemy hero is within 3 inches of him at the start of their hero phase. Oh, wait. No, it says, yeah, if an enemy hero is within 3 of them in their hero phase, okay? Which is usually hard because most people can't move in their hero phase. So you can really just position him where you want to be and use his run. Make sure you run around because he's a wizard. He doesn't really need to melee or shoot anything to keep out of range of their heroes for the next turn. You can set it up. It's going to be really, really hard for them to be within range of him to unlock him there. But if you cast any spells, if you unbind anything, his deceit is uncovered and they can attack him. So just be careful. But it's very strong because before he's revealed, what he can do is this puckish misdirection. And don't underestimate this. This is really, really strong. So he can just pick a unit within 9 inches of him, an enemy unit, and it halves its move until your next hero phase. Now, I'm under the impression when they say move, they mean all move. Anytime you move, whether it's run, whether it's charge, whether it's anything, they have to have that distance. This is annoying. This is strong. It can change the course of the whole game. And then he also gets the Formless Horror, and instead of using the Trickster's Staff, which is his melee weapon, when he gets into melee, he can pick a weapon wielded by the target and attack them with it using that weapon's profile. And he's also a wizard that knows, he knows one spell, but he also knows all the spells of all wizards within 9 inches of him, including yours, including the enemy. This guy's great for 140 points. He can win you games straight up, and I'll tell you why. Because while he's incognito, he can contest objectives. He can control objectives. He can, a lot of the games are going to have objectives that revolve around you having 5 models within 6 inches of it, but no enemy models within 6 inches of it. The Changeling can literally just stand within 6 inches of objective, even if there's like 1,000 guys standing on it from the enemy, and they don't have it. Because he's not actually part of their army. They just treat him like he is. Okay? So you can still control objectives with him even while he's incognito. That is absurd. There's been games where I have tied and won them just because the Changeling was standing back there the whole time. Unbelievable. And it's not like he's not doing anything when he's back there. You can really mess up the enemy movement, slow down that key unit. The other thing you can use him for, and this is this is so hilarious. If the enemy has a super killy hero or monster back there, usually a single model, like let's say you're fighting against Khorne and they have Scarbrand over there. Freaking Scarbrand. Scarbrand is scary. Here's the thing you can do with the Changeling. The Changeling can attack Scarbrand And hopefully you don't have any other melee units because you want to initiate the Changeling first to strike first. Using Skarbrand's weapon, and again, all the bonuses that go along with that weapon. He could kill Skarbrand with Skarbrand's own weapon, attacking first, striking first, the Changeling. Durthu, Spirit of Durthu. Fully with, see, remember, if the Spirit of Durthu's sword does 6 damage, you could go in there and just murder the Spirit of Durthu, or at least cut him down to size. With the frigging Changeling. That is terrifying. And they can virtually do nothing about it. Because if you're smart when you're using the Changeling, he can be where you need him to be. He also combos well, like I talked before, with the change host, transporting units around. The Changeling is amazing, and his new model is fantastic, and I'm going to be using him in every list. He's so awesome. And here's just a fun thematic fluffy thing that I've been doing with the guys at the club, and they think it's great. Every time I play somebody, I ask them, when I had the Changeling, I was like, hey, do you have any extra models that you're not using from your army? And they're like, oh yeah, I got this extra like skeleton, or I got this extra like orc or something laying around. You can have them. And what I've been doing is taking that model from their army and painting it all blue to represent my incognito Changeling that's kind of hanging out in the back. So it's like, I imagine like all the orcs are around the objective back there, and this blue orc just walks up and is like, yo guys, what's up? And they're like, hey. It's just hilarious, very fun, very cool way to play the game, and the guys are loving it. So I've had good response to that, but it's very fun. So consider stuff like that. And the Changeling is just, he's great. He's awesome. Now, I forgot to mention, he can't take any special artifacts. If he could, there'd be some cool things we could do, but he's got enough cool things he can do already. So, all right. Next up is the Blue Scribes. This is another named character for Tzeentch, the Tzeentch demons, and this is an excellent support character. It moves 16, so he's quick. And he can fly. He's terrible in melee, so don't even consider it. And what he does is you roll a dice each time a wizard within 18 inches of the Blue Scribes successfully casts a spell, and on a 4 or more, the Scribes learn that spell and can attempt to cast it in subsequent turns. Okay, that's cool, because remember, you can only cast one spell in match play per turn. Now, your other wizards know it, so you're like, oh, what's the big deal here? Well, this is kind of your redundancy. If you lose, let's say you lose your Herald of Tzeentch, but earlier in the game, your Blue Scribes have learned his D6 Mortal Wounds shot spell. Once the Herald goes down, you can use the Blue Scribes to cast it. Also, the Blue Scribes are quicker, so they can be where you need them to be and have that kind of redundancy built in, or the ability to reach out and touch built in. It's very cool. Then the Scrolls of Sorcery. In each of your hero phases, the Blue Scribes can read from the scrolls instead of making a spell casting attempt. If they do, on a 1, they don't decipher. They fail the cast, and on a 2+, they cast the spell, and it counts as casting it on a 9. So they're, not only are they able to use the spells of other wizards, they're unbelievably good at casting high value spells. Again, like the Herald of Tzeentch's spell that needs a 9 to be cast. They can get that off on a 2+. That's huge, and they're faster. So I like them for being able to do that. Then also, they have the special thing called the Boon of Tzeentch, and it's their special spell that they can use. If they cast it, you can, if successful, you can re-roll failed casting rolls made by any Tzeentch wizards within 18 inches of the Blue Scribes for the rest of the hero phase. Wow, that's really strong and makes your magic users even that much better. So Blue Scribes, very good. I like them a lot, and they have a lot of application. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to turn the page yet. Next are Screamers of Tzeentch. I really like Screamers. They are super fast and move 16. They have 3 wounds each. There's lots of wounds there. Bravery 10, so they're going to hang around. And when they have this thing where they fly over enemy units, and on a 6 they do mortal wounds. They also can get pretty tanky with this if they're within 9 inches of a Tzeentch demon hero, which is where your Burning Chariot guy can come in because he can keep up with them and he's a Tzeentch hero. Or the Changeling can stand close to them, if they fly up the field, and give them the ability to, the opponent must treat any hit rolls of 6 as 1s instead. Okay. if that's amazing, because again, like we talked about a long time ago in the review, a lot of super abilities trigger on a hit roll of 6. Okay, so if you can get them in a position to attack a unit of Retributors, you can turn off, essentially, as long as the hero's in range, their super abilities to trigger on a 6, because those 6s become 1s. That's very, 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 very cool. I can see this being comboed too with the scintillating simulacra, or whatever it is, that spell from the Duplicitous host, that is essentially going to... No, never mind. I'm not thinking straight there. Scratch that. That wouldn't work very well. But yeah, the one thing they're really good at, and what you're going to want to use Screamers for mostly, and the way I find them effective, is they're expensive, but I love running them in a unit of 9 Screamers. And I love, since they're so fast, flying them up and humiliating the other team's monsters. Their big monster, their big hero. Screamers are going to tear it apart, because each one of their wounds that goes through does D3 wounds to a monster. They're just ripping chunks out of it. I've seen a unit of 9 Screamers take out Gordrak. Like, that's their job. They're very good at it. They have actually 3 attacks, so they have good damage output anyway. Plus, you can buff them with a lot of the spells we have in here. Screamers are very effective, but as we'll see in a bit, I think they've been a bit overshadowed by the what you want to call them, the Zangor Enlightened on the discs kind of overshadow the Screamers now. But don't forget Screamers; they're very good. They're a little bit cheaper too. So, but yeah, I like them. Burning Chariot of Tzeentch. Okay, now what we're hearing, these 3 War Scrolls that you see here are basically, they have a lot of similarities. So I'm going to kind of cover them all together. And the way I see to use them, okay? These are all like the Flamers that are part of Tzeentch. So you got Flamers, you got Exalted Flamers, and then you have a friggin' Exalted Flamer riding a chariot. So, what they all have in common is these are shooting units. They put out their damage, and they put out high damage. They're terrifying in the shooting phase. They're a bit short range. I think they clock in at the 18-inch range, but they're good because they're fast. They can fly over units, and they put out serious DPS in the shooting phase. So, but they are expensive, so you have to watch it. Now, the Burning Chariot, he's actually he's okay in a stand-up fight. He doesn't have a good save. 6 wounds is okay. But he, in a pinch, you can use him in assault to take out some weaker units, or even units, even more elite units that have been whittled down already. They can shoot them and then go in there and take them out. And what really makes he flies over units. You can do wounds in a lot of phases with the Burning Chariot. But what really makes him cool, and all of these units cool, because they all have this billowing warp flame attack. It's basically the same for all of them. It's for the Exalteds, it hits on 6s, or it's 6 attacks. For the Flamers, it's 3 attacks, but you can have more Flamers. Hits on 4, wounds on 3, 0 Ren, but does D3 damage. Okay, that's crazy. But then what ends up happening is every time you do an unsaved wound to a unit with a Burning Chariot, an Exalted Flamer, or a Flamer, they have this capricious warp flame rule. And I want to read this to you so you see how this works and why this is powerful. It says, Capricious Warp Flame. Roll a dice at the end of the shooting phase for each unit that suffered wounds from this model's billowing warp flame. On a 4 or more, that unit suffers an additional D3 mortal wounds as the mutating flames refuse to die. On a 1, Tzeentch's fickle nature reveals himself, and a model in that unit heals D3 wounds instead. Okay, now don't worry about the healing part, because it really doesn't matter. The amount of damage these guys do pretty much makes up for it. And usually, like, the units you're shooting it at, unless it's like a hero or something, don't have enough wounds to even make a difference in regards to that. But did you catch it? This model's billowing warp flame, this one over here for the Exalted Flamers, says wounds from this model's billowing warp flame. The Flamers, it says any unit that suffered wounds from a Flamer's warp flame. That means, ladies and gentlemen, if a unit takes 1 wound of damage from a Burning Chariot, an Exalted Flamer, and a Flamer, that means at the end of that phase, you are going to roll 3 dice, and any of them that are 4+ are going to do D3 mortal wounds to that unit. This is crazy strong because you have so many attacks. What you do is when the enemy's coming in, you split the fire, because you can split attacks in Age of Sigmar. You could put, this guy has six shooting attacks. You could put two shots into this unit on the left, shots into this unit in the middle, 2 shots into the unit on the right. Same thing for all of these. Spread out that capricious warp flame and just watch them be all immolated in burning hot Tzeentch warp fire. It is fantastic. I've done it many times. I don't see why I can't, because it specifically says this model's capricious warp flame. I believe they do stack. Makes them very strong. Makes their high point cost worth it. Okay, so when you're using these guys, consider that. Consider how to use them, to leverage the shooting power of Tzeentch with those units. They are A+ units, and I love it. And I'd like to make sure you have one of each in each Tzeentch demon army, so you can spread out more capricious warp flames that way. Okay, now that we've looked at the damage dealing shooting section of the Tzeentch demons, let's switch gears to the bodies, the battle line section. Well, one of them's battle line anyway. So what we got here and you're going to see this in a lot of Tzeentch demons armies, because it's pretty much the only battle line you could take if you were going to go that route and that theme, is the Pink Horrors of Tzeentch. The Pink Horrors of Tzeentch are okay as a battle line, and that's as far as I'll go. I say okay, but they're probably more, in my opinion, towards the crappy end of battle line troops. Reason being is they're terrible in melee, with a 5+ to hit and a 4+ to wound, 1 attack each. Really no way to buff that, no way to make it better. They're slow. They do have a shooting attack, which hits on 4s and wounds on 4s, and you can buff that up if you have 20 or more models in the unit to hit on 3s. I mean, I guess that's respectable, but without the rend, 3s to hit, 4s to wound is really, and 1 attack per model. That's not that many. You're not going to be putting out a ton of damage here. 5 wounds or so a turn, 6 wounds maybe, in a squad of 20 is, maybe a little bit more if you roll better. But it's just not that much, especially with the saves that we see out there. But I suppose they have their place, and they're going to just give you, ranged weapons are powerful in Sigmar because you can reach out and touch somebody, and then they can shoot it while you're in combat. You can shoot it into other combats that are going on. And I guess they got a little utility there for support. They're a decent support battle line and a good speed bump. Now, taking those things into consideration, they sound pretty good. But the reason why they're bad is because they cost 140 points. And the reason for that is because they're also a wizard. The whole unit counts as a wizard, so they know Mystic Shield and Arcane Bolt, which is great. That's awesome. They can cast 1 spell a turn, and now with this book, you can actually unlock them a little bit to get them to know another spell. And this is where I'm starting to like them a lot more than I did before. I basically never used them to cast before, unless it was just like an emergency. But now that they can help you get some of those other spells on the field and get them cast, and plus they can get +1 to casting if they're within a range of a Tzeentch demon wizard. I feel this is their role. They're kind of a support battle line. They're not the kind of battle line you want to charge in. You don't want to run forward. You want to use them to break up the enemy's advance, be a buffer between them and your casters. These guys they're made to die and just do some minor support to your army and go for the objectives. And in that regards, I guess they're okay. Like I said, just okay. I wouldn't rely on them to really do anything for you, though. That your battle plan shouldn't be revolving around these guys. But yeah, so they're there. Now, the Blue Horrors and the Brimstone Horrors are new in this book. They are basically lesser versions of the Pink Horrors. The Blue Horrors specifically, they have like the same shooting attack. They're a little bit worse in melee because they only wound on 5s, but they don't actually have the magic anymore. And the Brimstone Horrors are even worse than that. Now, they do have the rule of splitting, so if you're playing open play, you're playing narrative play, these guys are really awesome in open play and narrative play, because whenever you kill a Pink Horror, you can just make a new unit of 2 Blue Horrors, or, Brimstone Horrors. Now, the other way that you could utilize this in matched play is if you take, because Blue Horrors and Brimstone Horrors are really, really cheap. So what you could do is you could take for 190 points, I believe, you could take 10 pink horrors and 10 blue horrors. And you could put the blue horrors kind of out in front of the pink horrors to be a speed bump to the pink horrors. So the blue horrors get beat up a little bit, and then your pink horrors go in. Hopefully all the blues are not dead, so then when the pinks start dying, you can replenish this blue horrors unit. Okay? That's kind of really the only trick you got there. But the thing is the blue horrors and the brimstone horrors are actually not battle line units, which is really saddening. The cheapest battle line unit you can even get in all of Tzeentch, and this includes the Arcanites, is 140 points. This is absurd. Like, for a battle line unit, is absurdly high. They should have had blue horrors and brims. Okay, not the brims, but the blue horrors should have definitely counted as battle line, and I don't know why they didn't do that. We definitely, as Tzeentch, needed a cheaper option, I think, for battle line. Even if, I mean, they're terrible, they don't do anything. Comparatively speaking, let's look at Blood Reavers. Blood Reavers are 60 points for 10 guys. 60 points for 10 guys. And I can use my heroes and my abilities in Bloodbound to make that Blood Reaver have 4 or 5 attacks on the charge, hitting on 4s, wounding on 4s, and if you take the one axe weapon, which doesn't cost you any points, it even has a rend 1. A unit of Blood Reavers is going to plow through infinity pink horrors. I mean, sure, they'll lose some on the way into the pink horrors shooting, but they're going to crush the pink horrors once they get there, and it's going to be hilarious. And the other part that's hilarious about it is you can get twice as many Blood Reavers as you can get pink horrors. They are not worth 140 points at all when you consider them against the other battle line units in the game. I think the pricing here is a travesty on the pink horrors. I would put them in the 100 point range. I think that's about what they're worth. I hesitate to go below 100, but 140 is just asking a lot. Yeah, I have problems with them, but again, you have to take them. Try to use the tricks that you can use, that kind of thing. So, yeah. Okay, next up, we're done with some demons now, and we're on to the Arcanites. We're coming to the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. So hang in there. I know this has been a massively long review, so but I appreciate you viewing. So, yeah, going into the Arcanites. So the first Arcanite up here is the Zangor Shaman. Zangor Shaman's pretty cool. He's on a disc of Tzeentch, so he has the demon keyword. Yeah, right here. Demon keyword. And he has the Tzeentch keyword, the Arcanite keyword. So he does not have the mortal keyword, but he has all the other ones. Very cool for picking items. You can pick some cool items to help him. This is an excellent support hero, especially if you're going the Zangor route for the army and you want to have those units in there. You're gonna have a Zangor Shaman, so you might as well just put him on your buy list if you even feel like playing with any of the other kinds of Zangors, because he's fantastic to have for them to buff them. He buffs all the other Zangors. So, what does he do? What does he get? He's kind of crappy in melee. He only has one attack with a staff, like typical wizard. He has a ritual dagger, but it's nothing fantastic at all. He does have a once per battle ability that he can drink a potion, and when in the turn in which he does so, you can attempt to cast a second spell with the Zangor Shaman. So once per game, one turn, he can cast a second spell. That's pretty stinking cool. That has some play. I really like that. Oh, and if you do that, he can choose to reroll both of the dice when you make your casting rolls. So that's really nice one game ability. Very cool. Makes him pretty reliable on the spells that when you need them. He also has his unique spell. He can cast one spell a turn normally. The Boon of Mutation is his unique spell. This thing's awesome. What it does is, we've heard this said a lot of times in other ways, in other battalions that we've already talked about, but it's essentially Arcane Bolt. So, it casts on a 7. It does D3 mortal wounds 18 inches away, and with his move 16, you're going to be able to sling this a lot. So, again, another shooting D3 mortal wounds is very strong because we have so many of them just piling up here. But this one's even cooler because if you kill enemy models, for every enemy model that's slain, if there is a Zangor unit within 6 inches of the unit that you killed something from, you can add that. For every model that's dead, you add another Zangor to the unit. That is mind-boggling. So you take that, and combo it with the Alltheurge Coven. Combo it with the Cults of the Transient Form. Now you have 3 ways to get Zangors back to your main Zangor block fighting unit. Killing Acolytes can get them back on a 6. They themselves are going to put out D3 mortal wounds to units around them on a 6 and get Zangors back. The Shaman can cast it and get Zangors back. Absolutely fantastic support hero. And also, his speed allows him to be where you need him to be. Also, he's going to be buffing the Skyfires and the Zangor Enlightened, which we'll see later, but he's clutch for that. I mean, the Zangor Shaman is so good when you have Zangors, you might want to consider taking 2 of them. Because, again, this once per game ability with the spell thing is very strong, and you need him around for buffing, and he is awesome. So don't forget how to use him effectively and help him be that buffing, force multiplying hero for the Zangor army. And the fluff is really cool on him too. Next up is, I love this guy. Love these guys. One of my personal faves, the Gaunt Summoner of Tzeentch. Okay. Now this is an interesting profile for this. This is actually a new profile that we haven't seen before for the Gaunt Summoner. It's lowered his points to 100 when you use this profile. And the reason for that is, for those of you that aren't aware, the Gaunt Summoner came out with the Silver Tower box. Okay, now when the Silver Tower box came out, he did not have match play rules, but essentially what he had was the same profile that you see right here, the same spell that you see right here. But he was on a Disc of Tzeentch, so he had the extra attacks from the Disc of Tzeentch and the high movement from the Disc of Tzeentch, and he also. That wasn't the Silver Tower box. Sorry, that was the original Gaunt Summoner that came out with Everchosen. Had the disc, and he had a different spell. My bad. He had the Fractal Mindstorm or something like that. It was actually a pretty bad spell. It didn't get much play out of it. But again, he was fast. He's a good buffer. And taking that model, I believe, costs 120 points now. And you can still take it. I believe the profile is under the Everchosen category, under the app. And you can find him in the Everchosen book and run him that way. So get him on a disc, get him moving around, give him those items, give him those general abilities, because he can take everything. He's a demon mortal Tzeentch Arcanite. He can take everything in this book. So he can be your very good support hero in that respect. Now the other versions, the one that came out in the Silver Tower, is my personal favorite one. It's an alternate version of this one that's on foot. So he moves 5. He has the exact same spell as this one, which we'll get to in a second, but he also has the spell Familiars that come with him from the Silver Tower kit, and those add some really, really cool bonuses to him. Like it's easier for him to cast. His Warp Tongue Blade gets a little bit more effective if he ever, for some reason, gets into melee. He has -1s to hit on him and stuff while those Familiars are up. I think that version with the Familiars also costs 20 more points than this version, and he's 120 points. But don't forget, the one with the Familiars is my go-to for 120 points. I think that's well worth it. Now this one is the El Cheapo version. It's just him. He doesn't have his little familiar buddies, and all he has over the other versions is he's a little cheaper, and he's better than the disc one because he has this really cool spell, Infernal Flames. Casting value of 8. You pick an enemy unit that is visible in 18 inches, and you roll a dice for every single unit or every single model in the target unit that is within 18 inches of the caster. Okay. The unit suffers 1 mortal wound for each roll of 4 or more. Roll 3 dice for each monster or war machine in the target unit rather than only 1 dice. Wow. So, the enemy comes running in. Let's say like that example I just gave. I have my blob of Blood Reavers come running in and they just blow up a unit of Pink Horrors. Or they get stuck in with the Zangor unit. And this guy's there. Let's say I have like 30 Blood Reavers in the unit. This guy walks up. All of them are in 18 inches. He casts this thinking spell on 30 enemies. It's a 4-up to do a mortal wound. He literally is going to kill, on average roll, 15 of the 30. It just does 15 mortal wounds from doing that. So every time he casts this spell, just consider, statistically speaking, I know I don't always roll statistically either, but still, statistically speaking, when you cast this, it kills half of a unit. That's what it does. For most for most armies, or just at least puts out a ton of wounds. This guy is filling a hole in your army to stop those blob units. That's what he's for. He's to thin the hordes. He's to drop the hordes, and he's also, it doubles as another arcane bolt against monsters and war machines. It's fantastic, and along the lines of taking him as a buffer hero with some of the other spells he can get, he's fantastic because he also knows 2 spells and he can unbind 2 spells. So he can cast this flame one and then another one. He could do arcane bolt and this shot at a monster and potentially take off 6 mortal wounds. That is very strong. I also like him, again, because he can unlock all the wizard lores and get all those really cool buffs. Some people might say, oh, this guy's fragile, what do I do? Well, you have this super damage spell. You want to get him up there because it's short range. You want to use it. You take the, what's it called? I'm having a brain fart. The spell that essentially lets him on a 2+ take any wounds that are done to him and put them on another Tzeentch unit in range. He can walk with the Zangors. He can support the Zangors, and you can't kill him. He's essentially an independent character. He can it's a guy that can join units. Okay, that's how I like him. Love the Gaunt Summoner. The model and the fluff for the Gaunt Summoner is fantastic, and I'd like to see more of him on the table for everybody. And he's cheap too for what he does. So. Cool. Next up, we are on the Kurthling, the Eye of Tzeentch. Another phenomenal model. I don't know if you've seen it. It's like the Chaos Warrior Wizard guy that has like the demon growing out of his shoulder. It's fantastic. And the fluff is great for these guys. The Arcanite cults kind of use them as they use them as like lieutenants to train the cult members that are coming in, and they have this distinct ability to be able to sense lies in the enemy and turn and tell them the truth and use that against the enemies and to be able to look at all the experience for the cult and say, this guy's good or this guy's a spy or that kind of. I just love it. And he's actually very, very powerful model. I think he clocks in at 140 points. He's got a 4-up save. He's got a lot of melee attacks. He's one of the better melee guys that you have available to Tzeentch, especially for heroes. And his special thing, and cannot be understated, this guy can cast 2 spells a turn. For 140 points. This is phenomenal. And he's got another special, his unique spell. It's 24-inch range. You can target an enemy wizard with it. It's very, very easy to cast on a casting value of 3. So it basically always goes off. If it goes off, you pick one of the spells that the enemy wizard knows, and you now know it. Like, that's crazy. You can steal the spells and use them in the rest of the game with this guy from the enemy. And there's a lot of really strong spells out there that can benefit us. Healing spells. If you're up against Sail, you can steal Sail's spell. I think it's a spell. I might be wrong on that. Sail the Faithless. If it is indeed a spell, you could steal that and have it in your army without even taking Sail. Like, that's stinking crazy. And it's 24 inches, so... yeah, he moves 5. That's a 29-inch threat range of stealing magic. That's really cool. Plus, on top of this, what I love this guy for is whenever he unbinds an enemy spell during the enemy turn, if you use him to unbind the spell, and he can do it twice, you can immediately, during the enemy turn, use that spell against them right away, and they can't deny it. Like, they can't use... so you can, like, if they shoot Arcane Bolt at you and this guy denies it, you just reflect Arcane Bolt right back at them. Like, that's really strong. Lots of applications, and he's excellent at it. If you make this guy your general, you can give him the ability to shut down spells at 27 inches, and then start reflecting that damage around. Or if you deny something where they're healing, you can just heal your guy. There's a ton. I love him. He's great, and he doesn't cost a lot of points. Great hero, go-to hero. And he's pretty tough too. I was also considering taking him with the paradoxical shield. I know I kind of talked down that item a bit, but it would give him a 2-up save. Now that item is bad because it makes you reroll successful saves, so he'd have a 2-up save, but he would reroll successes. So it can be dangerous. But if you take this guy, plus you take the War Altar that's under the Slaves of Darkness and mark it Tzeentch, that'll allow this guy, since that lets you reroll all failed saves, if he's also re-rolling successful saves, that would negate, those two abilities would negate each other, and he would just have the straight up 2+, +2 to his save. That's pretty good. So, he's at a 4, so if he's at +2 and he goes into cover, now he's at +3, you can't have a 1, because 1s always fail. But if somebody has a rend, you're still at a 2 when you have something powerful. Like he's durable when you play him like that, and I think he's got some play there. So next up is the Magister. This is kind of our default wizard leader guy that is going to be in a lot of the arcane cults, the leader battalion that we saw, and he's really cool. He's a very solid caster hero. He's a lot like the Herald of Tzeentch, so he's going to be a support character, but he can put out some damage in some ways. He has another arcane bolt, another D3 mortal wound shot. It only casts on a 7, so super easy. And it can potentially make spawns, but again, remember, in match play, we don't rely on that. But for open play, remember, he can make spawns when he kills people. And then he has this really, really cool thing called Magic Touched. If when he casts a spell, there's any doubles, he can cast another spell immediately in that turn. So he can be, instead of casting one spell a turn, he can cast it 2. You can use your Destiny dice to trigger this, okay? Let's say you have 2 3s, which aren't the best Destiny dice. Well, this guy, you could cast a spell. You could just use those 2. If he's in range of the Lord of Change, that would get his own spell off. But you're going to cast a level 6 spell, or a 6 spell there. And then you can cast another one, because and that's a really smart way to use the Destiny dice. So Magister's cool, but again, he's just a support wizard. He's going to be very weak in melee. He's definitely not as good as the Kurthling in melee or as durable. So yeah, but he's cool, and he's cheap. He's cheap. I think he clocks in at 120. So again, very much like the Herald of Tzeentch that we already looked at. Okay, Fate Master. I was talking a lot about this guy early in the review, and how he fits into some of the snipey tactics you can use with a lot of the abilities. I do view this guy as kind of an assassin. He's your hero assassin. You send him on special missions. He's not going to be very good at fighting against superpowered other heroes, monsters. He's not going to be very good with that. He's not going to be good against blobs, but what his job is, in my view, is wizard hunting or buffer hunting to take out those foot heroes that you see around. And generally just be annoying because he's so fast. He's on a Disc of Tzeentch, so he does have the demon keyword. You can do a lot of cool things with him. He has 6 wounds, so that's better than most people. Moves 16, base 4 save, and he has this thing called the Hovering Disc of Tzeentch. Add 2 to the result of any save roll for this model in the combat phase, unless the person attacking him has the Fly special rule. So, almost all the time he's going to have a 2-up save base. And then, on top of that, he has the Soulbound Shield, which every time he suffers a wound, you roll a dice, and on a wound or mortal wound, I should say, you roll a dice, and on a 4+, you just ignore that. So he has he's built in, he's got 2 saves. You can combo this with lots of things. On the war shrine that we just talked about will give him a 3rd save. You can give him some really cool abilities like we talked about earlier to make him once per game. If he takes the Wind Thief pendant, he can go 32 inches and then still charge. You can buff him up with a lot of melee weapons. Now, his weapon, I'm very disappointed. Not even a little. I'm very disappointed that he doesn't have rend on his weapon. Because, that's his only job, is killing people. He's our melee hero, our go-to, Tzeentch Lord, and he doesn't even have rend. So, luckily we have artifacts. We can pick that up for him. But, yeah. Not that he can't do a lot of damage, but this is pretty subpar for a hero of his magnitude. So it's only 3 attacks, 3 to hit, 4 to wound, 0 rend, D3 damage. It does have a 2-inch range, which is nice. But yeah, you're gonna have to gear him up a bit, I think, not just take him on his own. Now he has this interesting command ability that I haven't really been able to figure out a usage for myself, but maybe some of you out there have some good usage for it. Command abilities are actually pretty rare in this book. I think just the Fate Master and the Lord of Change are the only models that have actual general command abilities. And this guy's is, until your next hero phase, anytime you make a dice roll for this model or a Tzeentch mortal unit within 9 inches, and the roll matches the result on the dice you rolled in the hero phase. Oh, okay. So you roll a dice in the hero phase, and any Tzeentch mortals, including this guy within 9 inches, whenever they roll that result that you rolled, you can choose to re-roll it if you wish. So it's kind of like a random re-roll built in for everybody in 9 inches, which is neither reliable or really makes any sense to me why you would want to do this. If you could choose the dice roll, maybe, but then that would be just crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would make this guy my general unless it was a fluff purpose to it. Actually, the more I think about it, I was looking at Slaves to Darkness units, and you got to remember this about Tzeentch is all those Slaves to Darkness units can take the mark of Tzeentch, which gives them the Tzeentch keyword. So they all become Tzeentch mortals, which they can really be, you can just plug and play them into this unit. So, I know we don't have a lot of really good battle lines that we've looked at so far, but Slaves to Darkness have the Warriors of Chaos, which are a phenomenal battle line unit. You can just plug them in here. You can plug the Sorcerer Lord into this one as well. He has some excellent buffing abilities, and he's another wizard that we can unlock here. Very cool, and you can use the command. The other thing I'm looking at is the Chaos Lord with the Mark of Tzeentch in your army. I know he's on foot, I know he's slow, but he hits like a truck. And we can use the Destiny dice because he has that really cool thing where once he can exchange his attacks with his weapon to do one attack that hits on a 3. I think it wounds on a 3. It's Ren 1, maybe even 2. And it does 2d6 damage once per game. Imagine that with the Destiny dice. You got those 2 6s. They come up with a Durthu. They come up with a Vampire Lord. And you're just like, no, bitch, get out of here. 12 freaking damage from your guy on foot. Like, that is crazy powerful to combo in here. And I like that this book just gives new life to the Slaves of Darkness, and it combos very cool with the fluff here. So, there's no reason you can't mix and match your armies. You don't have to just pick demons or just pick Arcanites or just pick mortals. You can mix and match and have a story there. And I think when I finally do jump into more Arcanites, there's going to be a Chaos Lord in my army. So, and I think I'm going to make him very tanky. That's what I'm going to go for. So, cool. Next up, the man, the myth, the legend. I've been talking about him the whole book. The Alltheurge Thaumaturge. This guy is phenomenal. He came out in the Silver Tower box, which is an excellent game in its own right. You could just play that for fun if you're really getting into Sigmar. That's a really good entry point. Anyway, his model is phenomenal. He looks great. The fluff is awesome. It's these big hulking brutes that nobody really knows where they come from, but they're drawn to the powers of magic and Tzeentch, and they're excellent at shooting like fire. That's like their thing. And he has an amazing spell built into him. D6 mortal wounds shot at 18 inches. It's only on a 7 to cast. And if you're playing open play, every time you do a wound with it, it makes Brimstone horrors all over, which is just super cool. Just blasting guys with magic apart, and then out of their burning corpse comes like laughing little spark demons. It's fantastic. Now, he is an absolute truck in melee combat. I've had this guy wipe out entire units in one swing of lesser battle line units. He is fantastic. He has no drawbacks, in my opinion, at all. He's almost like a perfect model. He has 8 friggin' wounds, and he's not even a monster, so he can still claim cover saves. He can come in a lot of your requirements. He doesn't count as a behemoth or anything like that. He has Tzeentch Mortal and Arcanite. Hero, wizard. Like, he's got all the things that we need. The only thing he's missing here is the demon keyword. But he has access to a lot of items that can really help this guy. The one I like the most, and the build that I would use with the Alltheurge Thaumaturge pretty much every time, it's going to be hard for me not to do it, is you take the spell that allows him to dish the wounds that are done to him off onto another unit to make him ridiculously tanky, put him at the head of your army, charge him in, and give him that time slip pendant to let him attack twice, and just watch him go to town. This guy is awesome. The other cool combo that you could do, and this goes again too for the Fate Master, not as much, but for the Fate Master, maybe if you take that Lord of Chaos, I think you can do this because he's immortal, and I might be wrong, but this is what I was thinking. I'll have to double check. If you catch me and I'm wrong, just tell me. He could be your general, and he could take the once per game you can add 1 damage to your melee weapons. He can also take, I believe there's another weapon that he has access to that also gives him once per game. I think it's the Demon Heart, I want to say. Plus 1 damage. So once per game, you could just chuck plus 2 damage on this guy's attacks. Like D3 plus 2. 3 plus 2. He's doing 5 damage with the Great Horns. You could also cast a spell on him that lets the Great Horns have 2 attacks instead of 1. I mean, he could put out 10, upwards of 20 damage if you're using the Destiny dice just in one swing. He could take down a giant monster in one round of combat. He could take down a Lord Celestin. He could take down a Celestin Prime, no problems. I mean, he's up there, in my opinion, in the ranks of the Celestin Prime on power level. I love the Augrite Thaumaturge. He's not even a unique character. You can take as many as you want in your army. I think he clocks in at 160 points. It's an absolute steal for him. I'd like to see him in every list. Okay. Now we get to the Arcanite battle line. Probably my favorite battle line in the game currently. I am in love with what the Zangors are. They've been buffed up since the last time we saw them in the Silver Tower, and they are fantastic. You could build a whole army around these guys. Thematically, they're phenomenal models. Aesthetically, they're just great, and the rules are second to none. So what do you get? Each Zangor's got 2 wounds and a 5-up save. Move 6. That's already beyond most other profiles. Where they do lack, what keeps them down is they have a 5 bravery. You got to check that. 6. What are the other things that make the Zangor really good? Well, they have an excellent weapon profile definitely for a battle line troop. The Savage Blades, which you can arm these guys in different ways. I think each one, and it can be in different combinations, can have a sword and shield, can have 2 weapons, 2 Savage Blades, and if they do that, they're going to get the +1 to hit, or they can take, how many in a unit? 2 in every 5 models in the unit can be armed with a double-handed Savage Great Blade, okay, which is great. It's only 1 attack, but 4 and 4 gives that Ren 1 and 2 damage, and you can take 2 for every 5, so you can get quite a few of those Savage Great Blades in there. Plus, they all have an extra weapon. They all have like 2 weapons because they have the Vicious Beak attack, hitting on a 4 and wounding on a 5, which not too much, but I mean it's like a free attack, and I like the units to get those extra attacks. It's like Saurus. A lot of the Lizardmen units have their bite attacks. It's just nice to have that extra weapon over other units. Now they can take a leader. They can take, in addition to the Savage Great Blades, you can also take 1 in every 5. Could be a Zangor mutant that has paired Savage Blades and gets an extra attack over a normal Zangor with paired Savage Blades. Great. So again, we're just adding on more free upgrades to the unit to make them to shine and stand above. You can also take a Bray Horn, so there's a guy with a blowing a horn, and this is just phenomenal. This makes them so effective. They can run and charge in the same turn with a movement of 6 already. And you can really use the Destiny dice to get these guys moving really quick. You can also take a banner, and I really, really, really like them for this banner. You're not even going to believe what the ability, how much already. That's crazy, but they keep piling on more stuff. The banner in when is it? The start of each of your hero phases, take a dice for each wizard that is within 9 inches of the unit of Zangors, which is really easy to do if you have a big unit. Then pick an enemy unit within 18 inches and roll the dice. The unit that you target suffers a mortal wound for each 4 or more. So what you're telling me here is Zangors actually, if you have like a bunch of wizards standing around them, and again, pink horrors will count as wizards for this. Your other wizards as your characters and your heroes and stuff. I mean, you can reliably get 2, maybe 3 mortal wounds pumping out from, even more if you roll better, from this Zangor unit. They have a ranged mortal wound attack built in. I mean, this is getting out of control. They basically shoot Arcane Bolt. They also, the sword and shield options, they can get, which is, they have 2 attacks base, the sword and shield, 4 and 4, and then the shield gives them another save. Okay, they have a save against mortal wounds, which most units do not have. That's great, even though it's only on a 6. The way I'd be running these guys is with swords and shields everywhere, because you can put Mystic Shield on them. You can stack the saves. If you have a War Shrine, they would have 3 saves. So it would be a 5 save. You could even buff that up, make it reroll, and then have a 6, and then a 6 after that. Fantastic on a 2-wound model squad. These guys are just going to get mileage everywhere from stuff like that. Then it gets even better. Whilst this unit is within 9 inches of any friendly Arcanite hero, at the start of the combat phase, you can add 1 to the wound rolls made for this unit. And I guess that goes on their Vicious Beaks too. And again, comboing this with what we talked about earlier, the Zangor battalion, the Zangor Cult battalion. I mean, you're wounding on 2s with their weapons if you're adding +2 to wound. Their beaks are wounding on 3s now. Like, it's just crazy amount of combos on this unit. The paired Savage Blades are going to give you +1 to hit. Awesome. Then Savagery Unleashed. This is going to help you understand why I want to take big units of this. You can make 1 additional attack for each model in this unit with a Savage Blade, 2 Savage Blades, or Savage Great Blade for every 9 models in the unit, up to a maximum of 3. So if you take a unit of 30, you're going to be rocking +3. Then every model's just running around with 5 attacks with all the other modifiers. Zangors are, in my opinion, the best battle line unit in the game, especially when supported properly, that I've seen currently. I don't know of any units, in my opinion, that surpass the Zangors for everything they get. They are brutal. I love the idea of, and again, getting guys back from a lot of the battalions we talked about. That's my favorite go-to. I want a unit of 30 Zangors, max these suckers out, pump all your spells onto them, bring them back to life, get your mileage out of them, let them kill everything. I mean, I'd put 30 Zangors up against anything in this entire game, and I bet you they come out on top when supported correctly. And I'll stand by that one. It's got some play testing to be done for sure, but Zangors, this is one of the best War Scrolls I've seen since Sigmar came out. And then next up's the other Arcanite battle line, the Kairic Acolytes. They are pretty quick for battle line. They move 6. They have 1 wound each. Again, Bravery 5 is very low. A 6-up normal save, which is god awful. But these guys get the same shields the Zangors get, so they have the mortal wound and additional save. So they have 2 saves built in on the shield guys. They have Cursed Blades, which is just a 1-attack 4/4 sword. They have Cursed Glaives, which is a 2-handed kind of weapon, 4/4 -1 damage. These guys are not stellar in melee. They're just midline. They're kind of like your average melee unit, especially when you pump in some of the Cursed Glaives in there. They're a little bit more survivable than your average unit, though, like with that extra save built in. So again, go with a lot of shields for this unit. But what really sets them apart, what makes them really cool, is they have a shooting attack built in, and they have built-in upgrades to already for free upgrade that shooting attack even further. So they can increase the range from 12 to 18 if they have a Scroll of the Dark Arts, and if they're within range of a wizard, 9 inches of a Tzeentch wizard, they get +1 to hit, so it's a 4/4 shooting attack, just like pink horrors, and they do cost the same as pink horrors. They are a bit better than pink horrors, simply because of they're better in melee for sure, and they have the extra level, level of save there. Plus, you take the Chaos War Shrine with these guys. Now you're talking. I mean, they're going to be, even though it's just a bunch of 6s, 3 6s in a row adds up. That's a pretty good chance to save, believe it or not. They can get paired Cursed Blades, which lets them have +1 to hit. Then they can also get the Volkarch. The Volkarch is really cool. It's like a bird that, it's another way that we can inflict mortal wounds, and it's on enemy wizards. Whenever they cast a spell, you roll a dice, and on a 5, that wizard takes a mortal wound as the bird pecks his eyes out. Super cool. It'll look really cool on your unit when you're building it, and it's a nice little free upgrade. So Kairic Acolytes, they're pretty good, but on their own, I don't like them nearly as much as I like Zangors. Zangors are only 40 points more than Kairic Acolytes for 10 guys. So it's 180 points for 10 Zangors. It's 140 points for 10 Kairic Acolytes. GW. Seriously? Horrifically overcosted on Kairic Acolytes. I don't know what you're thinking. They're on the same page and you didn't even think this through. These guys should clock in 90 points. possibly. I know they don't like the, 80 points, 100 points tops. They're not very good, and I'm very disappointed with how expensive. This needed to be the super cheap battle line unit. That's what the Acolytes needed to be. Now, I guess because of what the battalions give them, the battalions make them usable. So don't count them out. I think they're great when used in battalions, but again, I would only ever use them in battalions. If you're not going to be using any battalions, Chaos Warriors are a bazillion times better. Zangors are a billion times better. I mean, hell, you could even just go Chaos Allegiance and take Blood Reavers, Blood Reavers just dismantle and destroy these stinking Kairic Acolytes 1,000,000 to 1, and they're less than half the cost. Like, just crazy. So yeah, that's the Kairic Acolytes and so the battle line for the Arcanite. Next up is the elite Zangors, and you basically have two variants of them. There's the melee ones with the spears, and there's the archer ones with the bows. Okay, so it's the Skyfires and the Enlightened. They're very similar, but they just serve different roles. So Zangor Enlightened, very good profile, very, very powerful melee weapon for what they cost. Both of these units clock in at 160, so keep that in mind. They have a 2 attack, 4 to hit, 3 to wound, rend 1, 2 damage weapon on each guy, plus the Vicious Beak, plus the Disc of Tzeentch. These guys have 3 weapons per model. Each model's got a bunch of wounds. Now, they do have an option, which is very interesting to me. It doesn't add any points, but if you put them on Discs of Tzeentch, you add 10 inches to their movement, and they get an extra wound, and they get this other melee weapon for no additional points cost. It makes literally no sense to me at all why you would ever put them on foot. I can't wrap my mind around it at all. I have no idea why you'd ever put them on foot. If somebody knows why, just please post it in the comments and let me know. But what do they do? How can you use them effectively? Well, what is very cool about this unit is they can, if an enemy unit has already struck blows within 3 inches of them, they can reroll to hit and reroll to wound everything they do with their... I think it's all of them. So even their spears, their disc, and their Vicious Beak can all reroll to hit. So what this does, and that might not seem that great because essentially they got to get hit first, or they're hitting another one of your units before you trigger that. But what it does is really mess with your opponent's activation order in the combat phase, because they know that these guys get massively more effective if they do that. So do they alpha strike them and try to knock off some of the models, but then make the remaining ones that much more strong? Or do they just, suffer the hit from this unit, even though you don't want to get hit by this unit? These guys can hit like a truck. So I don't know. I like the fact that it's going to make your opponent think. It's going to mess with their activation order, and you like that because then they're going to make mistakes, and you can capitalize on those mistakes. The other thing really cool about these guys is they're buffed by the Zangor Shaman. When he's near them, they get +1 to hit with their Vicious Beak and their Tzeentchian Spear. Super good. This is like our elite melee unit. And they can actually get some extra guys to run from Battle Shock. It's whatever. It could come in handy, I guess. It's not the greatest, but it's nice to have for free. Good point. Now, how would I use these guys? Well, you get 3 for 160 points. I would either take 6 or possibly 9 of them in a unit, and I would start thinking of ways to use them effectively to be where you want them to be, because they have such speed at 16, and just fly in there, buff them up, and assassinate something. Or have your Zangors in the big 30 block run in, tie up the enemy army with all your Zangors, have these guys fly behind and either start just murdering all the heroes that are back there, or strike from behind or on the side of a flank of a large unit and just start tearing them apart. A good tactic for a fast unit like this is to remember, if your opponent has his troops all strung out in a big long battle line, which you could kind of get in his head psychologically if you string out your Zangors, and maybe he'll string out his guys. And then let's say this is the battle line, and this is the edge of their unit. If your Zangor Enlightened come in from this angle, because they're so fast they can get over there, and you contact the one model that's over here with all of your dudes, The pile-in is going to cut down on so much reprisal, but you'll still be able to kill all those units along there. So, again, remember nice tactics like that. And it shuts down his movement, because once he's touched in combat, you know, he's left with hardly any options there. So, very cool. Now, the Zangor Skyfires, they're very similar, very quick, same movement, same amount of wounds. They got the, they got the disc, they got the beak, but these are the archer versions. These guys are fantastic. 24-inch range, only one shot per model though. Hitting on a 4, wounding on a 3, rend 1, D3 damage. Very similar to the Kurnoth Hunters, but they have one less shot. However, more powerful than the Kurnoth Hunters because of this one ability here. Judgment from afar. Any hit roll of a 6 or more, the attack sequence ends and the target immediately suffers D3 mortal wounds. Wow. Wow. With using the Destiny dice, you can preordain this unit is gonna, you have 2 5s and a 6. Boom. D3. That's 3 D3 mortal wounds. Potentially 9 mortal wounds just struck a unit with this if you had a unit of 3. You take a unit of 6 of these guys. You roll your dice to hit. I mean, with 6 of them, you could just snipe heroes, snipe war machines, do all that kind of stuff. Over here, they also get buffed by the shaman getting +1 to hit. If the shaman's near them, this mortal wound thing is going to trigger on a 5 and 6. Absolutely great. These guys are a very good damage dealer, excellent for sniping heroes, excellent for putting wounds wherever you need them, and they're super fast. I love both of these units. They are phenomenal. I want to see as many of them on the list as you can, and use those battalions and use their movement to your advantage, and a lot of things we already talked about. Cool. And then the last thing in here is Chaos Spawn. I'm not even going to go over it, just because if you want to know, you can look at it in the app. And that's it. We are at the end of our super mega review for the Tzeentch, or the Disciples of Tzeentch Battle Tome. And I just want to, give a shout out and thanks to GW for this. You guys did a fantastic job. Now, I know this is really long. If you're here at this point, I greatly appreciate you watching. Thank you for that. Please like, share, and comment on our video so we can, we know you like these reviews. We can do more of them. And even, let us know if there's anything out there you want us to review. We are looking into Age of Sigmar now, so feel free to put those up. Also, 40K, don't forget about that. I'm way more than willing to review that. I'm currently looking at the Trader Legions Codex as my next review for that. Now, if you're craving more from the Disciples of Tzeentch, I'm also planning on doing some more tactics and strategy, but mostly focused on list building as a secondary follow-up to this video. There's going to be a list building for, I'm going to do a Tzeentch Demons list, I'm going to do a Tzeentch Arcanites list, and then kind of like a mix and match, maybe fluffy Tzeentch Mortals list with Chaos Warriors and stuff. So look out for that video. That's coming soon. But yeah, thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for tuning into LWG. This has been Jared, and it's been good. So happy wargaming.